Hello and welcome to a wet, a wild, but a very excited Rugby School for the Rugby School Vets Charity Sevens here. Bank Holiday Monday. You can see the action's getting underway just behind me. Market Harborough against AEI. We're raising money today for the Wooden Spoon charity and for the Rugby School 1823 Bursary. It's going to be a wonderful day. It's going to be a wet day, but we're going to have a lot of fun. But let's get into the action. And we are underway, as you can see, on Old BIGSIDE 1. Or Old BIGSIDE, in fact. I've still got my under-9s and under-11s hat on from the previous 2 days. Old BIGSIDE and Pontines are 2 pitches today. And as you can see, it's wet and it's wild. Market Harborough playing in the black from left to right. And AEI playing from right to left in the Wasps-like hoops. It's Vets weather, all right, isn't it? We can see in the early stages already a lot of loose ball. To be expected as players get used to the conditions early on today. It's not easy out there by any means. We were expecting a dry start and it was going to get wet later, but we've started wet and we're only going to get wetter. But I'll tell you what, I suspect a few of these lads out there will be quite grateful for the slightly slower, steadier conditions today than we had in the frantic Friday and Saturday conditions. And AEI on the burst, not putting the pedal to the metal too far just yet. This is Vets at its finest. Why go for a sprint when you could go for a jog, eh? And we'll have a line out midway inside the Market Harborough half. And I think they're a lesson in how the day's going to go right from the off. Market Harborough have the ball. Okay. Put a big kick in. We are seeing it out here already. We're only 2.5 minutes in and we're seeing all sorts. As Market Harborough put the touch finder in. We're playing territory here at Rugby School. And why on earth not? Over there in the background, in those white shirts, that's the Old Rugby inside. They're playing Big Spoon, one of the Wooden Spoon sides today. Do remember today is in support of Wooden Spoon at Charity Spoon on social media and woodenspoon.org.uk for their website. The children's charity of rugby, they're doing some great work. AEI have the line out stolen, so Market Harborough really with the first chance to try and string something together here and going the direct route, but it's spilled. We'll see a bit of that today. It's a tough one out there. These sides have come from far and wide to be here today. 12 teams, 2 pools of 6. The top 2 from each pool will go through to semi-finals. Everyone else will just play against their counterpart from the other pool. In keeping with many of the tournaments that Wooden Spoon are a part of, the charity and the rugby completely linked here today. The winners of the competition will be the side, well, all sides will have their finishing position in the tournament, added to their finishing position in terms of fundraising, and the team with the best overall finishing position average between the two will be the champions. There will also be a solitary charity fundraising trophy awarded and a competition trophy, but the big one is that combination trophy. They will be the champions of the Rugby School Vets Sevens. Now that, to me, looks like Scott Hamilton, the former Leicester Tigers winger, wearing 13 for Market Harborough. I'll see if I can get some confirmation of that. But there's a man with some rugby experience, I would say. And it looks as though after that 50-metre trot, he's asking to be rolled off. Former pro, perhaps. In fact, he's not even waiting for the sub to come on. He's just walked straight off and gone, that'll do me for this half, chaps. Seven-minute halves as per Sevens. Ball comes around. Oh, we could be on for the first try here as the number 10 just bursts down the empty blindside space. He's surely not going to go for the conversion from the behind the sticks from this angle. That is extravagant, and perhaps unsurprisingly the conversion doesn't quite make it. But opening try of the game and a classic scrum half sevens try around the corner, no one defending the blind side, and Market Harborough have the first points of the day. AEI just slowly making their way forward. Restart goes long and the hooter goes, so this is the final play of the half. Referee's whistle's gone. I think he's having a debate in his head as to whether we're going to play one more. I believe we're saying that the kickoff went straight into touch, are we? No, we're just having a kick again. And this one's not going to go 10. And that'll be half time, I suspect. Half time then. Market Harborough 5, AEI 0. On this wet and wild day here at Rugby School, the birthplace of the game. Back underway, Market Harborough with the 5-0 lead that they took into half-time, just spilling that kick-off return, so AEI in those gold and black hoops will have the put into the scrum here to start the second half. Ball pops out and then spilled again, it's loose, hacked forward, chases on, and just casually knocked out into touch. Very much the vet spirit of things. Why dive on it when you could save yourself the trouble and just knock it into touch? Market Harbour line out, popped off the top. Big crash ball through the middle. That's Sevens designed for this weather, and they go crashing through again. Massive clear out comes in. That's huge. And Market Harbour have decided to play the direct route. Half a break. Into the 22 they go. Support a little bit slow in getting there. So now on the counter go AEI, but it's turned over again. Back to Market Harbour. Little pop over the top. Number 2 fancies a little go around the outside. Not sure that was quite on for him necessarily. Ball's turned over again. This is a lung-busting period of play. Surely some gaps going to appear now. The ball is stabbed through. It's a foot race on to go and catch up with it. Neither going at what you would call max pace yet, but one of them will get there. Fly hack through by the 13. I think he's going to get this and score as long as he can gather that. Another little bit of footballing skill. Dive down on it, sir. Yes, he's managed it. AEI level things up. And a decent conversion chance here to be able to level it. Or to go in front, rather. And that was a trying period of play there for the lungs of these sets of players. No surprises that nobody's in a rush to get this conversion done. Off the post from behind the sticks, so we stay level at 5 points apiece. See the replay here. Ball sits up nicely for the hack through, and it's a really well controlled hack forward actually. Thought about picking it up, but as the ball sat, he just stabbed it forward one more time. And flops down on it to level the game up. 5 points all. It's a deep kickoff from AEI to Market Harbour. Well, this lad looks like he's got a bit about him. Now it's out to the number 3 on the right hand side. Was he held? No, not going to the ref. Poached anyway by Market Harbour. Poached back by AEI, is it? It's absolute chaos on the floor there. I think everyone's going to be quite happy that we're settling down for a scrum here, just to get some air back in the old lungs. Market Harbour. Off the scrum ball, almost caught behind the back. Spilled forward. No, according to the ref, we're still good to go. So Market Harbour look to this space, and here is Scott Hamilton. There's that old pace he used to show for Leicester Tigers. Is he going to circle round and underneath the post? Yes, he is. A flash of pace there as he dots down next to Rugby School's head of marketing, PJ Green. Doing some very important social media work on his phone there. Well, it was a good decision from the number 2 to hand it over to Hamilton nice and early, who just put the afterburners on for only 4 or 5 steps, but that was all he needed. And underneath the sticks he goes. Market Harbour, lead restored. 10 points to 5. 12 points to 5 rather with that conversion. Guy, don't spill that one in contact. It's going to be one of those days. If the ball gets targeted in contact, it's going to be hard to keep a hold of. Slippery as anything out there. I think we'll see a few scrums today. And judging by the selections of a few of these squads, I think scrums might be what a few of them have come to play at. Market Harbour going for the DSP, but not quite all in cohesion for it. Now there's some good stuff down this right-hand side. Good handling, well held as well. That wet, slippery ball. That time it goes skipping away. AEI have a chance here to try and do something. Needs the support to get up with him, and they are there just in the nick of time. And it's penalty AEI. Oh dear. Oh dear. Going to be in the final play of the game here. That was the hooter you could just hear in the background. Market Harbour will put in. Final play of the game. They've got the 12-5 lead, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try and get this one out into touch. And I think Hamilton will just knock it out. He does indeed. So we begin the day here at the Rugby School Vets Charity Sevens. Market Harbour taking the victory, 12 points to 5. Up next, it's going to be Old Laurentians against Kenilworth.
Well done everybody on the first round of games there. The next game due on in 2 minutes time on OBS, where we have the Old Laurentians against the Barbarians side. So teams could send over a player or two over to OBS for the Barbarians side to play against Old Laurentians. And on sometimes we'll have a halfway against the Little Spoon team. Old Laurentians and Barbarians over on OBS, please, let's go. Any takers from the Barbarians team over to OBS, please?
Well, Hooters on, and Kenilworth aren't here, so we've got a Barbarian side that's been put together. Mix and match of teams from all sides, or players rather, from all sides, up against Old Laurentians, who are in the blue and gold. The Barbarians in possession here in blue. So well played to everyone that's volunteered to play in this Barbarian side. It's Barbarians that are off to a good start here. Oh, and just as I say that, he spills it forward. So close. Referees pulling us back here for that scrum. I think Old Laurentians, well, there's a couple of players on the Old Laurentian side that were fancying a go at a counter-attack there. And I think there's 5 others that are going, we will quite gladly have this scrum. Thank you very much, lads. Oh, lovely little tip on. Is there a bit of space here to take advantage of it? Well, the step inside, and now there is space. Through the middle they go. No sweeper in place. And it's going to be an early lead for Old Laurentians. Can't quite tell if that was that chap on the phone was trying to tell someone at home that he's on the live stream, or if he was just waving enthusiastically. A very tidy finish in the end. Well, it might be wet here on the close, birthplace of the game. The rugby full of joy, unlike the weather. Everyone here chucking it about, giving it a go. Barbarians spilling it forward just as they were making ground once again. It is so hard to keep a hold of out there. Another scrum. Proving the point there that it is treacherous out there. So there's no action on Pontines behind us, but they could have just been out of shot. And Old Laurentians go down the blind side. Rather sensibly decides not to throw the offload there. Thought about it. Probably not a day for the offload out of contact, so it's well decided. This looks like we could see a crossfield. Oh, a crossfield grubber kick. Oh, that is brilliant. And we're going to have the simplest of finishes with the number 14 here. Oh, you got to love that. Crossfield grubber. Oh, that is Vets Rugby at its finest. As indeed is the conversion attempt. Look at this. You could see it in his eyes about 2 minutes before he actually did it. But still managed to outfox the defence with a really well-weighted grubber. Delicate pickup. Barbarians claim the kickoff. And are really having to think hard about what to do with that ball on the floor there. And Old Laurentians almost away for another, but that one's just spilled forward. Barbarian scrum. Ball fired at the feet, but a really good pickup actually, and we're going to see the big hoof forward. Not a bad option given the conditions. All Laurentians get to it first. The chase is unenthusiastic, you might say, but it didn't need to be. That pass spilled forward, and a net gain there for the Barbarians of about 50 metres. They'll be more than happy with that. Whoever said you didn't need to kick in sevens? And we will have another scrum. There is some gnarly grizzled forwards on both of these sides. They'll be enjoying these scrums. Ball spilled forward though at the back of the scrum. Have another. Now what's noticeable here is that the Barbarians are kind of going with a policy of whoever's closest seems to be packing down in the scrum. That's a big drive there. Well, why not, I suppose. And that's half time. Old Laurentians lead 12-0. That breakaway score followed by that score from the little grubber through. They take a 12-0 lead into half time against this brilliantly pieced together Barbarian side. Hooter goes, and we're ready to start the second half. Barbarians will kick off in the blue on the left of your screens, and on the right, Old Laurentians. And it's a tricky old kickoff, bouncing and bobbling and difficult to gather. But Old Laurentians do, and there's a bit of space here down the left-hand side. Oh, and we've got some pace here down the left. Big fend comes in, but the feet just go in touch. Oh, I thought we were about to see a moment to remember there. As it is, the Barbarians have the line out, and they go quickly. I'm not sure that the man receiving it necessarily wanted to, but he's made something of it. And we've got space down the right-hand side. Are you going to go around the outside, my friend? Yes, you are. Perfect. Number 15, though, has turned it over. Crucial today, by the looks of things, to get support in early. Old Laurentians coming back the other way. That's where all their players are. And there's a bit of space down the left-hand side, and they're away here, and it's going to be a nice trot home for the number 10. His second try of the game. He's also set one up. He just strolled it in. Jamie Anthony there, you can see in the background, just limbering up ahead of the next game on field, Richmond Heavies against Stockport Rugby Club. See the replay there. And enough pace and enough footwork to get round the outside. Just a gentle stroll home. The joys of being one of the younger vets that we've got on show today. If you get yourself a bit of space, you've got a 20-year advantage on some. Perhaps that's unfair. 15. Worth remembering, of course, that for all of these sides, the charitable side of the day just as important as the on-field side of the day. Winners will be determined by the average of their finishing position in the fundraising stakes and in the rugby stakes. The team finishing second in the rugby stakes and fourth in the fundraising stakes will have an average of third. See them very much in competition for the title. First in the rugby stakes, but 12th in the fundraising stakes would only be averaging out at 6, for instance. Well, I thought we had a Barbarians put in, but it's switched around. Old Laurentians put in. Ball pops out of the scrum fast, but the ref's going to bring them all back to pack down. Old Laurentians leading 19 points to 0. Only in a game of Vet Sevens could we have debate over scrummaging technique. I don't know what's going on here. But we'll get it sorted and we'll get playing. Ball scoots out the back and slapped back. Oh, dummy through the legs. Oh, and away they go again, and it's that same man wearing number 10. One-on-one with the fullback. Throws the dummy. Throws the dummy again. I'd have bet my house he was going to dummy that. And dots it down for his hat-trick. Played a hand in every try so far. 3 tries and an assist. Good-natured ribbing as he slots it over. And he gets the conversion as well. So Old Laurentians go 26-0 up here against the Barbarian side. See the replay here. Slap back to him. The dummy through the legs. And then the pace. A bit of a fend. And then scoots through, shapes to the left, half a dummy, another dummy, steps back to the right, and away he goes. Barbarians pass doesn't quite get a hand, but they do recover it. Tackle comes in, not rolling away from Old Laurentian, so the Barbarians have another go. Scrappy. Ball's lost. But lost in an offside position. The Barbarians will have another go. Oh, half a goose step there, I think I just saw. A lovely offload off the deck. This is nice stuff. Ball flung out to the left-hand side. Chip kick comes through. How's the bounce? Well, it's all right. We're in a bit of a foot race here. And it's looking like it's going to be won by the Barbarians, but he stumbles as he gets his boot to ball. Oh, dearie me. Oh, he's done all the hard work. The ball just sat up. He's almost tripping over before he even kicks it. A real shame that for the Barbarians. Old Laurentians now have the ball again, weaving around over to the right hand side. We've got a bit of a break down the right, pass back inside, and a 5th try for Old Laurentians. The number 13 this time dots it down. And there's probably only another 30 seconds to go after this. In fact, I hear the referee's whistle blow there. We are all over here between Old Laurentians and the Barbarians side on Old BIGSIDE. Old Laurentians putting in a fine performance. Secure the victory. Up next, well, it should be a good one actually. Richmond Heavies against Stockport Rugby Club. Two fantastic rugby sides. We're looking forward to seeing them in action. And we've got a team sheet for Stockport, which is very exciting. But here on Old BIGSIDE in this one, it's finished up. Old Laurentians 33, Barbarians 0. So, as we resume the action here at the Rugby School charity Vets Sevens, it's Richmond Heavies against Stockport Rugby Club. And this one we're expecting big things of. Two sides with quite a rich history. I'm in the slightly privileged position of having played against the Richmond Heavies once or twice in my life, and also of having a Stockport team sheet. Stockport will be on the right hand side of your screens in the white, red and green hoops, and on the left hand side will be Richmond in the well-known gold, red and black of that famous Southwest London club. And as you might be able to hear, we're linked up to the ref for this one. Big, heavy contact early on. Richmond going to have a look down the blind side, pop back inside to the dummy half. Richmond, oh, that one just slips out the back. It is treacherous out there. So Stockport will have possession now, first possession of the game for them. Out to the right hand side, and Johnny Edwards in 15. Move it further to the left, and it's in the hands now of Ben Robertson. Mr. Confident, they call him. And he'll be feeling extra confident.
That's good.
After that one. Opening score for Stockport Rugby Club. Richmond had possession, but just one error. And Stockport
Are you going to kick back onto the pitch?
were ready to pounce.
Thank you.
And the referees really are encouraging players to kick from behind the post, no matter what the angle.
Yes.
And fair play from that tricky angle. Stockport slap the conversion over. See the replay here.
Gents, I want a bigger
it.
gap. There. Let the breakdown stay onside. You're too early, okay?
Out to this left-hand side, and Robertson was away.
10's good.
Back underway. Slap back inside. But into Richmond hands. So Richmond's opportunity now to attack. They go for the big pass out wide. Almost intercepted, but does make its way out to that left wing. Now they're going to stretch it the other way. There's a bit of space if they can move the ball to it. Pass is a tricky one to gather, but is well clutched in the fingertips, but it does mean the drift comes in, so he just goes hard and straight. Poached on the floor, but illegally so.
Gents, a little lower, please.
Richmond go. Well, they were almost driven off the ball, but they cut back inside. Drive over.
Tackle!
Playing it to the left-hand side. Pass not quite as sympathetic as it might have been, though. Knock forward. Maybe a Stockport scrum. And we await a first touch of the ball from Jamie Anthony.
Gents, let's go, please. Time set up. Wait for the calls, please, gents. Wait for the
We've
calls.
worked with a lot
Bench!
here at Next Gen 15.
Bind!
Provider of many
Set!
a bacon sandwich at the Rosslyn Park National School
Put it in.
Sevens.
Thank you. Stay there. Good.
Stockport go down the blind side. He's going to have to go himself, though, because the support's not up with him yet. Now it is, and they burst through at pace. Has he got the power to get across the line? Not quite. Gets the pop up.
Great defence, fellas. That's all good. Keep coming
Hacked
back.
through,
keep coming
though,
back.
by
You're all on
Richmond.
now. You're all on.
But Stockport have players ready, and it is a first touch now for Anthony. Got caps for the Bahamas. Has Anthony, and he feeds it out wide for Johnny Edwards
That's
to
good.
dot down. Getting married this summer is Johnny Edwards.
Yes, when you are. Great tackle, fellas. Back on his feet. Hold on. Tackle's good. Held now. Leave it.
Penalty Stockport.
Ball on the floor.
And they go quick. Anthony moves it to the right. And the pop through the contact gives Stockport their third try of the game.
The penalty was awarded for penalty offence, okay? Yes.
And Stockport
One of the half.
lead 19-0 as we head towards half-time. Kickoff was gathered by Richmond, but turned over by Stockport.
Big dip, please.
And Anthony went fast. And the following pass through contact opened up the space for that try. Richmond Heavies in the final play of the game, or the final play of the half rather, looking to find a bit of space. There might have been space down the right hand side, but instead they cut in. Pass is almost intercepted,
The knock on. It was
but knocked on, and that's half time.
Gents, it wasn't deliberate, just a knock on. Okay?
Stockport Rugby Club leading 19 points to 0 at the half-time break in this one. And they have been on absolute fire, the lads from the Northwest. Half-time, Richmond 0, Stockport 19. Back underway. Stockport Rugby Club in the white, red and green hoops in possession here against Richmond Heavies, who are in their gold, red and black. Stockport 3 tries to the good, 19-0 up. Start of this second half. Stockport make the breakthrough in the chase. Kind of half came in, and then half came in a second time. But across the line, they are going to go. Fourth try for Stockport. I'm not sure he could quite believe that he'd broken through and the chase was done. But the chase was indeed done.
I hope. I'll just double check with
Burst
him.
through. Well, burst might be over-egging it, but made his way through.
Gents, drop one please, you're up to 8.
The chase just
We
came
can't
too
play
late
10s
for him.
because I've not checked those laws, have I? 7s only, please.
26-0 Stockport lead. This has been an impressive performance from them. Arguably the most impressive of the day. It's that kickoff just taken out into touch.
It's marked. Mark here for yellow. Thank you. Watch touch, please. Thank you.
Stockport. But in the crossfield kick goes to hand, but he was offside. Almost a bit of lovely flair play from Stockport there, but the offside call came in, and not one that could be complained about, really. Richmond having a go. Can they get a score here? The Richmond Heavies. They get the ball away from contact. They're going to have to take it in once again, though. Tackle comes in from Anthony.
Backwards.
That ball just spilled, but goes backwards. It is incredibly hard to keep a hold of today. The big shot comes in. Offload as well. Ball spilled through contact, though, and that's exactly what we were saying about that slippery ball. And it's seized upon by Stockport, who get the pop off the floor to the right-hand side, and a casual stroll home from Stockport.
Yes.
Conversion as well, and a 33-0 lead they now take. And Stockport are starting to enjoy themselves here. We look at it here. Ball just ripped clean, actually, through contact. Could argue it ended up being a knock-on. Popped off the deck.
I'll let you know if it's a knock-on with a whistle, okay, gents?
And the support just flying around the corner for a pretty simple run-in the end. Andrew Loughlin, by the way, has come on. He was on the bench, by the way, for the Lions in the third test against Australia in 1989.
Nine, I want to see you starting low,
That's a
okay?
fact.
Yes, please.
We didn't know about him.
Penalty advantage.
Big counter ruck from Richmond. Illegal counter ruck, so
10,
Jamie Anthony
10. Not 10, now
goes
10.
fast and manages to hand off the tackle. Is he going to get away for the finish? I think he's just about got that down. Referee says he has.
That's good.
Running in treacle a little bit towards the end, but
Nine strike. I've asked him.
managed to keep his legs in field
No, as long as it's a safe tackle.
and get the try.
Away to 10, please.
His conversion is not a bad attempt either. Just falls short. A cracking effort. And his team have a 38-0 lead now. We see the replay again here. The quick tap. Bit of a dummy. Goes around the outside, gets the fend in. Heads towards the line. The cover tackle comes in here. And it's a great effort, but he does well to keep his feet in the air. And gets the ball down. We'll ignore the stray hand. Richmond. With about 90 seconds left to try and conjure something up, finish the game on a high. Looks as though they're half tempted to play direct. Need to get that ball away from the ruck a little faster. That kick goes straight out. It was tackled mid-kick. And the hooter goes off.
Stripes ball, please. Yep. Penalty advantage. All offside. Let it become material, gents, all right? Penalty advantage over.
Stockport, well, the hooter's gone Can they finish it in style? Lachlan comes in, rescues that one as the ball was starting to get a bit loose.
Leave it, leave it. Good.
Loose ball now is gathered up
Back feet.
by Harry Trelawney, I think it was. Now they look to move it wide. Is there a final finishing flourish? There is. The way he was moving there, he looked as though there might be another man outside him, but there wasn't. Gets the try, gets the conversion.
Well played.
And Stockport Rugby Club, well, that is very impressive. Probably the most impressive performance we've seen so far today. A 45-0 victory over Richmond Heavies, who were probably one of the more fancied sides for the amateur eye casting itself over this today. But Stockport have put themselves right in amongst the favourites here today with a tremendous 45-0 victory here on Old BIGSIDE against the Richmond Heavies. Up next, it's going to be St Andrews against Wild Dogs. St Andrews, who've had teams here all weekend. They played under 9s festival, they played under 11s festival, and now here they are in the Vets Festival. How will they get on? Well, we'll find out at 11 o'clock when they take on Wild Dogs. You join us again for St Andrews against Wild Dogs here on Old BIGSIDE. St Andrews are in the blue, Wild Dogs in the fluorescent green. Team of African heritage, Wild Dogs. Getting a tidy chip in just to start the game. St Andrews tidying it up just about. We'll have a chance to counter. Taking that chance quite slowly. Possibly a sensible decision with this incredibly greasy ball, but turned over by Wild Dogs. Have a look to the left-hand side. Oh, would have been given deliberate, but he managed to find a way to clutch a hold of that intercept, and then his offload off the floor goes haywire. It's chaos out there now, but Wild Dogs tidy things up, get the pass away, and they're clean through the middle. Can he evade the tackle? No, he's just... Yeah, the pitches here on the close have held up like you wouldn't believe. As Wild Dogs, from that scrum, go zipping around the outside for a run in underneath the post. Well, we've seen a couple of those already today, haven't we? And Joel, by the looks of it, I think that was number 4, darted around Gareth Edwards style around the fringe of that scrum. Pops the ball in, plucks it up, and there's no one on that blind side really. Just the loose head prop trying to extricate himself from the scrum. Simple score for the Wild Dogs. A youthful looking vet taking the kickoff. So sideways did that kickoff go that it's hit our broadcast van. Which means St Andrews have a free kick on halfway. They go down the left-hand side. Ball spilled in contact though, so we'll come back for a scrum. The rain may have abated a little, but the slipperiness of that ball has not subsided at all. See there on the touchline, the umbrellas have come down. Oh, through the legs from the try scorer and straight to hand as well. That might be the most skillful thing we've seen so far today. Absolutely brilliant. Offload through the tackle as well. Goes to ground, clear out comes in. Oh, it's a really strong clear out as well. That ball just not quite to hand though, so it breaks loose. And Andrews stabbed through. Gathered by Wild Dogs though. Extravagant out the back offload on the floor. And rather blindsided in the tackle there. Wild Dogs, I think, thought they had more time than they did. And I can't believe we're not going to have a penalty at this ruck, but I don't think we are. St Andrews going the direct route. We're surely going to have a penalty now, are we yet? You could argue that Wild Dogs have dived over at the last one. They go quickly from this penalty though. Moving the ball out to the left-hand side in a foot race now. And a foot race that Wild Dogs are going to win. And Yibo, I think I'm reading on the back of his shirt, is the try scorer. And number 2 dots it down. Do your shoelaces up as well, so you don't want to be tripping over those on your way back. Yibo gets his conversion, and in fact he doesn't need to worry about the shoelace because he's immediately signalled after that lengthy run-in that he wants to roll off. Rolling subs here today, as you'd expect, what with this being a Vets tournament. It was a quality try for Wild Dogs. Referees not being too hot on the direction of travel of passes today, opting to let the game flow as much as they possibly can. That kick once again doesn't go 10. Well, they've been very good in every department, Wild Dogs, but struggling a little on the kickoff front. St Andrews have possession, looking to come back now from what is a 14-0 deficit, and possibly coming back straight away. Wild Dogs have a sweeper in place. The blind pass doesn't go to hand though. Spilled forward and line-out's taken quickly. And Wild Dogs looking to spread the play. Attempted intercept comes in. The referee says genuine attempt. Looking at the respective body shapes, I might suggest it was last act of desperation, but what do I know? Certainly what I would be doing in that situation. Maybe that's the trouble. A cynic at heart. Half time here on Old BIGSIDE. St Andrews pushing towards the end there for a first try, but Wild Dogs have got 2, and Wild Dogs lead 14 points to 0 against St Andrews here in the 11 o'clock kickoff. Back underway here then. Well, that was nearly wizardry from the kickoff from Wild Dogs. We were in the lime green shirts. But didn't quite go 10. So St Andrews in blue will have a free kick. Towards the end of that first half, they were pushing and probing for a first score of the game. Can they work a try from this situation here? Certainly give it a good go. Going direct, but almost intercepted. But now they're playing with advantage for the knock-on from Wild Dogs. So St Andrews ship it wide. Bouncing ball, though. Oh, they slipped the tackle there. I was going to say they've been driven backwards, but slips the tackle, gets the offload away, goes loose, but they still keep possession. The big shot comes in. Blindsided the St Andrews player, and it forces the turnover. And a bit of a loose ball, and there's a bit of space here on the right-hand side. Who's got the better gas? It's going to be the Wild Dogs man. Cozzy gets himself across the line. And it's all jokes behind the try line as well. Oh, well, that all came from that massive, massive tackle in the midfield. Completely blindsided the St Andrews player. They allowed Wild Dogs turn possession over, move it wide and run the ball home. Look at this. Absolutely blindsides him. We might have had a second look at that if this were the Six Nations. Forced the turnover. As the ball bounced wide, it was just a race for pace for the Wild Dogs to secure their third score. But St Andrews looking to strike back. Dummy and cut back inside, and now they're looking for the offload, but it's a bit of a low and loose one, so it spills in the end into Wild Dogs' hands, and there could be a bit of a chance here on the left-hand side. They've got options left and right. They pick left. Oh, it's a good covering tackle that comes in, but the offload off the floor is good as well, and it's going to be a fourth Wild Dogs try. Gatbol, the try scorer, converts his own try as well. And it was him really that set it up. Moving to that space, passing the ball left, and when the offload came in off the floor, delightful as it was, all he had to do was just stretch the legs for a couple of paces and run the ball home. Kickoff went 10 this time. St Andrews take it in, and then for reasons best known to themselves, I think, decide to go for the offload. It has actually worked out in the end. Looked as though they'd lost the ball for a second. Number 3 shortens his stride length. It runs into a danger man on the floor. Turned over one way, turned over the other. Oh, the dummy. Oh, it's going to work beautifully. Oh, now he goes for this sideways kick through. It's chaos out here. The dummy was outrageous. The sideways kick, perhaps not quite. Well, outrageous in a different sense, I suppose. But St Andrews showing that they can play, and they make half a line break again here. Ball goes loose, and now the offload comes in. Another half a dummy. Another offload. All the St Andrews players on the left-hand side, but it's passed to the Wild Dogs, and Wild Dogs are going to be away, and Cozzy's going to have his second try of the second half. St Andrews' best period of play of the game. But the intercept goes into Wild Dogs' hands. And they are only too happy to receive that. Cozzy lands the conversion. then demands that he be substituted. Quite right too. If you're running in from 50 metres in a Vets tournament, you deserve to roll off for a couple of minutes afterwards. A good pace as well, did Cozzy there. Have a look at this dummy again. Oh, sold everyone, hook, line and sinker. Glorious. As we were looking at that, it's another breakaway score for Wild Dogs, another conversion. And they have found their momentum here straight from the kickoff. Bouncing ball just intercepted by Gatvold. Oh no. And the kick now doesn't go 10. A bit of a standoff as teams work out what to do about it. St Andrews played it, which meant that Wild Dogs could then play it back, and so Wild Dogs have actually come out pretty well from that. Oh, dummy this way and that. Cover tackle comes in, and crucial it was too, and now the intercept as well, and the offload off the floor. 3 good bits of play in a row there from St Andrews. St Andrews, another tackle comes in from Wild Dogs, and then that ball spilled as he tried to offload it. Grubber through, and another little hack, and another good footballing skills here from Wild Dogs. Ball sits up. Oh, that's a very athletic finish for a vet. Not too many vets that you see doing somersaults as they score tries, let me tell you. But he's done well just to alter the angle slightly there for his kick, but to no avail as the kick goes wide, and that's the final whistle. A 43-0 victory for the Wild Dogs against St Andrews. Tight game at the half-time break, but in the second half, St Andrews, try as they might, just couldn't breach this Wild Dogs defence, and Wild Dogs were on form in attack as well. With this, their final try of the game, good footballing skills, and an acrobatic finish. Final score, Wild Dogs 43, St Andrews 0. And up next, we will have Old Rugbyans against Richmond Heavies, a first chance to see the Old Rugbyans team here on the live stream. We'll be looking forward to that one. That's at 11:20.
Flag one, I just need an AR. I just need...
On screen then, in the white, of course, are the Old Rugbyans side. Richmond Heavies in the yellow, red and black hoops. And Old Rugbyans kick us off. Richmond just about claimed that one. These Old Rugbyans, well, they'll know this field well, won't they? Old BIGSIDE here on the close. Birthplace of the game. These guys will have played their rugby in their school days, but perhaps that pitch a little wider than they remember as Richmond go around the outside, but the number 11 comes charging across to make the tackle, and they take the line out quickly. Come back this way, number 11 again involved. Having a little flirt with that left-hand side and flirting a bit too much as his foot goes into touch.
Yellow ball. White, there's your mark. On the mark for us, 2 and 2.
Those white kits still looking pretty pristine in the conditions out there. It has been a wet and horrible day, but the rugby's been there to help us through it. The Richmond Heavies step inside and then swerve to the outside, and the number 11's got himself across the line on the left-hand side. Referee's asked him to take the conversion from behind the sticks. And having heard that news, he's less than keen to take it himself and has handed it over to someone a bit more familiar with that tricky angle.
No. When we get to the later ones, we will go to the middle and go kicking.
Certainly not easy to make these conversions today, is it? Richmond worked it out that left-hand side. It was a good step inside. Did well to keep his feet on what is very wet ground, and then enough pace just to swerve away to that left-hand side and across the line.
Yeah, you're on time.
Rugby claim the kickoff. It's a deep one from Richmond. Rugby running it back like it's a 15-a-side kickoff, just going straight, hard and direct. May work out for them. There's a bit of space on the left-hand side, a sort of dummy almost by accident by the number 5 there, and then when he does decide to throw a pass, the retiring Richmond Heavies players managed to intercept, and they could find some space on the left-hand side. It's reminding me a little bit at the moment, though, of the under-9s and under-11s we saw earlier in the week. Everyone's honey-potted around the ball just for a period there. And Rugby have got the penalty, and we'll have a little go here. It's almost intercepted.
Yeah, you pulled him off there.
Free. So he pulled him back. Could argue it was a tackle, I suppose, but perhaps he got there before the ball did.
Tackle release! Tackle release! 6, I need a clear release.
Well, number 6 there for Old Rugbyans. Can't argue that the referee didn't give him a clear instruction. And a try scorer here for Richmond Heavies. There's another little explore down the left-hand side. I think that might be Alex Groves wearing number 5 for Rugby School, or for Old Rugbyans rather. Groves, one of the patrons of the events here for the bicentenary of Rugby Football here at Rugby School. Number 11 takes it in. We'll check that one out for you in a bit. I can make a clear identity on him as the number 11 finishes that one off. Old Rugbyans levelling this one up, and I must say I do compliment every single one of the players out there for the way that they've managed to sneak in a couple of extra yards after every try to make the conversion chances a little easier. It's a great try this from Rugby. The step inside with the windmilling arm, looks to go on the outside, gets that step with the windmilling arm in once again. Might be his tell that he's got his step coming as the arm starts windmilling. and enough pace to finish off the left-hand side.
Just in touch. No, it's marked. Okay, it's marked. We've got the line out. That's your mark there, Richmond.
Rugbyans line out then.
Keep going, Ted. Keep going, Ted, Richmond. Thank you.
Collected nicely. It's in the hands of that number 5 again. I'm going to see if I can get a proper look at him. Lay down this right-hand touch line.
Release!
Sure, it's Alex Groves. He's got caps for Scotland. Former Rugby School people. And Rugby ploughing on. Oh, great offloading. Has he got the pace to finish just about, and he's got the strength to fend off the tackler as well. And the number 15 kisses the ball and is in for the try. Go on, take the conversion. Go on. Oh, he's given it to his mate Alex Groves. Conversion slotted. You see the replay here. It's good work from the number 7. A step in, found a bit of space, got the offload away. And just about enough pace and certainly enough strength just to finish that one off. And he enjoyed that one, I think. 12-5 then. Old Rugbyans lead. And they're in possession again, and they could be through. Foot race for a third. He's decided he doesn't back himself, so he gave the pass, and it's claimed by the Richmond Heavies. But then their offload off the floor goes haywire, but it's a penalty. And Heavies go fast. Hooter goes, so we're in the last play of the half.
Thank you. And that's half time.
And it is half time. Old Rugbyans head into half time here on the ground that they all used to call home, leading Richmond Heavies 12 points to 5. Back underway. Richmond Heavies with the kick-off here against Old Rugbyans, who, if you need reminding, surely you don't, are playing in white and have a 12-5 lead, and they could be extending that. Alex Groves chasing after it in number 5 for Old Rugbyans, but Richmond Heavies get onto it, but it's spilled loose in contact. And Old Rugbyans have it again, and number 2 here stepping this way and that. And across the line. Wanted to be free of the tackler before he went down there, I think. But a tidy finish nonetheless. Old Rugbyans extend their advantage out to 17 points to 5. You see the replay here. Tackle was made. Argument there that that was being played on the floor, but pops free into the hands of Rugby School, or Old Rugbyans rather. So used to being here at Rugby School that it just reaches the tip of the tongue before we even get started. Richmond Heavies scored the opening try in this game, remember, but since then it's been Old Rugbyans that have been on the attack. But can Richmond Heavies counter
tackle, release
in these last 5 minutes or so? Almost throw the intercept, but that bouncing ball could open up an opportunity for them. Almost intercepted again.
Yeah, you're not on the ball, you've gone beyond the ball.
Penalty, Old Rugbyans.
You are now.
They play it back inside to the two who scored that last try. Groves now with a dummy switch. Back to the two.
Tackle.
Pops it up off the floor. Richmond Heavies do well to just come in and make the tackle there. Needed just to break that phase up. Old Rugbyans go short, stay on their feet, still going. Moving it from right to left now. More options. Starting to move the ball really nicely now, Old Rugbyans. And as he's cleaned through, the number 10, I think, thought that he'd run out of gas or something. He stopped. There was no real need to stop. He had the pace by the looks of things. And instead, it's going to be Richmond Heavies that counter. Oh, and an absolutely crunching tackle comes in from the Old Rugbyans number 7. Or number 1 rather. Oh, that was massive. The number 14, well,
not as young as we used to be.
That is that's one he's going to be feeling for a few days after.
Scrum white.
It's going to be a scrum down. Old Rugbyans as the number 1 there in the blue scrum cap who made the big tackle. Decides that's enough contribution for the time being and rolls off for some others to come on.
Crouch, bind,
cuts back inside and look at that. Oh, it's textbook. Perfect technique. Underneath the armpit, just absolutely levels him. Chases on here from that scrum. It's tidied up by Richmond Heavies. Can they break out from their own 22? Well, then perhaps they can. Here we go. Dummy comes in. Oh, perhaps he should have given it. No scrum half. What happens in Vets? You tend to get a lot of forwards playing whose first thought is ruck. But the occasional back has enough trickery to make a bit of space. Number 9 here. Finding a bit of space now into the hands of the 7. Tries to draw and give, but perhaps not with enough pace for it to quite convince the defence that the solo effort was on. And now that ball's loose at the ruck. Number 2 hacks through. Continues to hack through, and everyone is absolutely shattered out there. This is the slowest run-in we may see all day. Slides together, gets the ball across the line, and do not be surprised if he takes a very, very long time over this conversion. Well, in fact, not as long as I thought. He's missed it. Perhaps he could have done with the rest, but well, that was some running. We had plenty of time to watch it all unfold, didn't we? Hacked through again. I mean, it's good footballing skills from the number 2. Slides to pick it up. I bet he was hoping that he'd just slide the whole way home there. Manages to get onto his feet and dots it down. And Old Rugbyans now have opened up a pretty comfortable advantage. 22 points to 5 they now lead. I'm still thinking about that tackle a couple of minutes ago from this man, the number 1. An absolutely brutal hit. And almost sneaking through for a try there.
Taken over by White, 22.
Just gets away with it. As the referee reminds us there, no goal line dropouts in 7s, so it'll be a 22. What are they going to do? Have they got a trick play lined up? Not so much a trick play as there was just no defender covering that space on the right hand side, so there's plenty of space for number 11 to work into. He's already got a try to his name, and in this final play of the half, can he do more? Well, no, because that ball was out of the ruck, so it could be Old Rugbyans that finish off, or they would have done, but that one drifted forward, and that will be that. Old Rugbyans with a strong performance take the victory, 22 points to 5 against the Richmond Heavies. Old Rugbyans looking very comfortable out there on their former home turf. Old BIGSIDE happy to have these boys back out there and enjoying themselves. Fantastic victory that for Old Rugbyans. 22 points to 5 against Richmond Heavies. Up next, it's Pathway against St Andrews, who we saw just a couple of games ago.
Those games go in about 3 minutes from now. Do pop down to the food and beverage area where Bad Boy Burgers are serving their excellent high quality burgers. You can grab a coffee or a tea and nuts for our coffee. The ice cream van is there on this lovely summer's day. Gallagher's wine are selling wine by the bottle. And Buddy Cakes are now offering tasting. Do pop over and see our charity partners, Wooden Spoon. Have a chat to them about all the work that they do with disadvantaged and disabled children. And do have a look at Laser Monkey, who offer laser engraving onto rugby boots. The commemorative logo could be laser engraved onto your rugby boots if you so wish. Pop into that hexagonal marquee, you'll also find some 200-year celebration merchandise, including a book made especially for this year called Path to Pink Bladder, as well as pin badges and ski rings.
So, back underway. Pathway up against St Andrews. St Andrews in the blue shirts on the left-hand side of your screens. Pathway on the right in green. And Pathway, an interesting team, all ex-soldiers. Got put together in the wake of the Manchester bombings, actually. It's a team very much in the spirit of this charitable cause that we have here today, where we're raising money for Wooden Spoon, the children's charity of rugby, and of course the Rugby School 1823 Bursary as well. St Andrews in possession here. We saw them a couple of games ago, didn't we, against Wild Dogs. They had a tough outing there, but they're off to a good start here against Pathway. Dotting the ball down. The number 10. Conversion attempt is a little skew-whiff, but the try itself was lovely work. Number 4 there, stepping a couple of players, and good pace actually from the number 10 down that left wing. Always good in Vet 7s, just to test out the fringes and find out where the pace advantage either lies or doesn't. And in this case, on that left-hand side, it very much was lying in the favour of St Andrews.
You've got 10 seconds. Rugby, I can tell.
St Andrews with a low scudding restart out to the right-hand side, and Ligavatu. Lots of Fijians in this Pathway side, so expect some classic Fijian 7s moments as this game goes on, but it's been turned over by St Andrews. It's flying out the line came Tuiloma, but St Andrews managed to keep a hold of the ball, stabbed it through, and it's just run out into touch. But they
Let's listen, please. Middle given.
made good ground there.
Come over here. Yeah? Thank you. Middle's given. Let's go. Gents, you risk a free kick next time. Quicker, please.
Pathway of the ball to Aloma. Broke away, but it's bounced clear, and it's the try scorer, the number 10, that's trying to hack it through. Ends up hacking it off a Pathway player, I think, and into touch. So St Andrews will have the line out. Promising position this as well. Claimed nicely too.
Roll away, Green!
Big counter ruck from Pathway. The ball thrown away by St Andrews. Rather lucky not to be marched back 10, yeah, and they are going to be marched back 10.
Do not throw the ball away, gents.
I thought as much. The Pathway
Step. Good.
will set things off again. The 7 there. Malavaki. Got things moving. Now they've got it out here towards this left-hand side. Big handoff. But a good tackle coming in from St Andrews, number 6. Forcing Pathway into a rather hasty tidy up, and Ryan Wood there, the number 3, who is the son of the co-owner of Pathway. There's a lot of back and forth ball going from team to team here. I'm not sure anyone's entirely sure who's in possession. Now it's in St Andrews' control, but Pathway competing hard, but there's a bit of space on the left-hand side, and St Andrews move the ball into it, and it's going to be 2 tries for the St Andrews fly half. and 2 tries for St Andrews in this first half. Conversion is good as well. 12-0 they lead. And we've still got a couple of minutes to play in this first half. It was a bit of a chaotic period, but St Andrews secured possession here. And once secure, they realised all the space was on that left-hand side. And it was a simple pass out to the number 10, who gets the ball down. St Andrews. Possession. Sorry, kicking off rather to Pathway. Pathway just spill that one forward. Difficult one for Lalavaki to take. Ryan Wood, by the way, I know his family are watching this one back at home.
1, 2, 3, in. Yeah. Away now, please, on the line. Crunch! Bind! Set!
A shout out to them. Lovely pass from St Andrews, and the chip comes in. Foot race for the corner. Will it sit up for them? No, it doesn't quite, but the bouncing ball, there's 2 men in support, so they should be okay as the number 14 gets across the line. It was a gallant effort from Pathway to stop them. And the number 14 just gets there in the nick of time.
Okay, you've got 20 seconds.
He refuses the referee's offer of a kick from behind the post. First player so far today to do that, actually. Possibly a few more of them may do.
10 seconds.
He's got 10 seconds left to kick it. And, doesn't quite make it. But that's half time here. And it's been a strong first half from St Andrews. They lead against Pathway. 17 points to 0 here at Rugby School.
Please can we ask that only substitutes for the matches that are going on are in the area between the 2 pitches. All spectators should remain outside of the roadblock area, please. Thank you. If you are a spectator and you are standing in the area between the 2 pitches, please can we ask that you vacate that area. Only players and substitutes and officials should be in the area between the 2 pitches. Thank you.
Just about ready to go here for the second half, and as you can see, it looks as though the sun is starting to break through. I don't want to speak too soon, but one of the 2 coats has come off. So perhaps we might start to see some more classic sevens. And on the field, we've got some teams that would be more than willing to play a bit of classic sevens if they get the chance.
Green, no hands!
St Andrews and Pathway. St Andrews in possession are leading 17 points to 0. Pathway in the green. Would love a bit of sunshine in true sevens. There's a lot of Fijians in this Pathway side that is made up of
Playing the ball on the floor. Competition was good. Denied.
ex-army men
Placed it, leave it, please.
in its entirety.
Time off. Gents, another step, please. Thank you. Over here. Yes, absolutely fine. Time's on. It's a penalty. 8, playing the ball on the floor.
Penalty to Pathway.
Yes.
Perhaps a chance then to engineer a first score of the game.
No hands, Blue. Leave it.
Gadira takes it in. Move it out to the left-hand side. And Ian Anderson, the CEO,
Blue away!
takes that one in direct and true. Loose ball tidied up by Gadira.
Lower, Blue. Blue 5, lower next time.
Back in the hands of Lalavaki, who decides to stab through a chip. Foot race for the right-hand side, and it's a foot race that's going to be won by Pathway and Mesaratu,
Beautiful try.
who gets there. Sakaratu with the try. It was a lovely little dink through from Lalavaki.
You've only got 20 seconds left.
And finished off by Ratu in the corner. Conversion goes wide, but a first score for Pathway and a good start to this second half. We've got a bit to get excited about here, haven't we? Lalavaki, well, he wanted to put the pass in and then he decided, you know what? Let's just stick the ball in the space. Knowing that his man Ratu on that far right-hand side had the pace.
Okay. Against Blue. Thank you.
St Andrews. Possession. Penalty though to Pathway, and Pathway
Away,
making
Blue.
their way forwards.
Leave it,
Tuiloma
Lana.
took that one in.
Oh.
Ball is loose.
Hands away! Hands away, Blue!
Mimikawa went into contact there now. Lalavaki just looking for space, but it's intercepted by St Andrews. The number 11's going down the right-hand side here. In pursuit is Tuiloma, but the number 11's going to win the foot race. And from a promising position for Pathway, the result is a try for St Andrews.
Thank you.
Conversion from
Yes.
an incredibly tight angle is slotted very nicely indeed. See the replay here, just a pass away from contact, intercepted. And then a pretty decent foot race this. Wasn't clear until we got to around about the 22,
Okay,
which
gents, let's go.
player was going to win it.
Kicker. You've only got 6, here's your 7.
You see a couple of the Stockport players warming up in the background. They're up next against AEI here on Old BIGSIDE.
Get 10.
Pathway
A lazy 10. Put it to
and
10.
Ryan Wood. Oh, what an offload from Wood. And running through unopposed now goes Mimikawa for Pathway's second try of the game. All about the offload though from Ryan Wood. conversion is nailed as well. But take a look at this. Wood takes the free kick.
Oh, another 2.
Steps off the left, gets tackled, but pops up the offload to Mimikawa, who is coming onto it like a train.
Be behind him. Be behind him. Be behind him.
And despite the best efforts of the number 6, manages to dot the ball down, close things to 12-24. So Andrews with that 12-point lead, just chipping it out to the left-hand side on. He's done brilliantly well to stay in field as the number 1, and the offload out the back. Number 10, doesn't go to hand, but the ball is popped up off the deck to the number 1, and now the number 6 has got it. Was that one a bit high? Not quite sure. It's chaos out there now.
I need more care in the tackle, Dean, okay?
Out to the 4.
More care, that's correct.
St Andrews pushing, probing for the try. They've been so close now for a few phases, but it's been nicked by Pathway.
Competition's good.
On their own try line, Pathway, and Wood now has it. Look to the outside, shows the dummy, gets the offload away. Pathway, oh no, just so close to glory there from behind their own sticks, but the ball is spilled, and it was the final play of the game. A thrilling finish though to this one, as St Andrews take the victory, 24 points to 12 against Pathway. An electric finish, that one, towards the end. But St Andrews hold on to that lead that they built in the first half and take the victory. And up next, in just a couple of minutes' time, we have AEI against Stockport. Join us for that one at 11:40.
Game starts underway in 2 minutes. We'll have AEI taking on Stockport on OBS and Richmond versus Market Harborough on time. A reminder that we'd like to keep the playing area, the area between the 2 pitches clear. It just makes it easier for our touch judges and referees. So please can we keep the area between the 2 pitches clear, and should only have the substitutes for the matches going on at that time between the 2 pitches. Now the sun's out, do pop down to the ice cream van, to the merchant's bar, to Gallagher's wine. Pathway Burgers are offering some excellent food, and so are Wandering Pizza.
Ready to go then in the next game here on ABS1 at the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens. Stockport Rugby Club in the red, green and white hoops, and Jamie Anthony of Stockport Rugby Club scorching through to start the game inside of 20 seconds with a try for Stockport up against AEI, who are in those gold and black hoops.
That's 7.
Conversion nailed by Anthony. He's not too bad, Jamie Anthony, is he? He's all right. Can't believe I'm saying that. Far too much praise for him. Lovely break though from Jamie Anthony there. Decent bit of pace as well.
Thank you. 7-0.
Gets the ball down. Not an inch too much running though. Get it down nice and early. It's another try here for Stockport Rugby Club. Tom Hancock, the try scorer, in the right-hand corner. Oh no, we're coming back for a scrum, are we?
Okay, it's a scrum. Can we?
I was so focused on the action off that kickoff that I missed the knock-on there. Well, let's have a look back at this because it was extraordinary. No real contest at the breakdown. The pass out to Hancock. Oh, and he dropped it as he put it down. Oh no, he's going to be living that one down for a long time. Oh dearie me. And away you go. AEI. A lung-busting effort. Length of the field stuff from AEI. And from what was almost back-to-back scores from Stockport, instead the try chalked off and AEI go the length of the field to level the game up at 7 points apiece, and surely someone's got to give the man a break. From his own 5-metre line, first the initial break, the step off the left, rounds the sweeper and storms home. Great pace from the 18 there. And please, someone tell me that they've taken him off now. He deserves a rest after that. 100-metre effort there. We are level at 7 points apiece. Stockport with the ball in hand. Moving the ball. Pass just skews forward. We'll have a scrum to AEI. Andrew Laughlin there. Backing down on the loose head side for Stockport.
Crouch, all right, at least wait for my calls, all right. Thank you. Crouch!
Represented Ulster at junior levels.
Thank you.
Well, it's the sports tours industry.
Thank you.
Took Rugby School on tour this year to South Africa.
Oh, leave your feet out of it, please. It's not hell.
I'm still intrigued by this appearance on the bench for the Lions in 1989, though. We're going to have to get him on screen and ask him about that, aren't we? Stockport in possession. There's a bit of space for them to exploit here. They move it into the hands of Ben Robertson. Ben Robertson. Well, he's not stretching the legs too far, but stretching them just enough to score his side. Second try of the game as number 11 just made it a little interesting there at the end. Robertson gets the ball down and restores the Stockport lead and instantly goes off for a rest. Quite right too. That is Vets Rugby at its finest. rolled home. He may in fact have just tweaked something as he set off at the start. Gets the ball down and gets himself straight off. 14-7.
Let's go.
His side lead. AEI in possession, but ball turned over by Stockport, who move it quickly. Lachlan sends the ball out. There's a bit of space here on the right hand side. Collected now by Hancock. Hancock doesn't fancy another second go at finishing, so he works the ball back inside. Lachlan, oh! Oh, Andrew Lachlan. Well, I'm sure he'll be telling us that he always had the dummy in mind there.
Yeah.
But I think that might
Well,
have
the
been a
hoot was a
case
bit
of the Red
temperamental.
Seas parting in front of him.
I won't tell you how long I've got in case the hooter goes too soon.
Hancock.
Let's go for the kickoff.
Thought about going for that corner again, but he's had a bad experience over there, so he moved it back in field to Lachlan, who cut back across, decided against the play, was looking for the pass, realised everyone had gone, assuming he'd make it, and thought, well, I'll tell you what then, I'll just run through and score a try on the close. AEI have possession. It was knocked forward by Stockport, who then stopped, and AEI have had the chance to go almost the full length. Players on both sides were divided in their opinion as to whether to keep playing or not. I think there were a few tired bodies out there who rather fancied the rest. As it is, ball is lost forward, and we go in at half-time here on Old BIGSIDE. AEI trailing Stockport Rugby Club 21 points to 7. It's been a bit of a cracker actually, this one. Second half coming shortly.
It's a bit late to ask, but I confirm you said. On field as Jamie Anthony kicks off for Stockport Rugby Club, and AEI receive the kickoff and make good ground in response. Try scorer, the number 18 there down the left hand side, and they're going to attack the left hand side again. Extravagant offload attempted. The offload just nudged forward. Mark's here, look, on the blue line. Can you see it?
Scrum down.
Here it is, look.
Stockport ball.
Take a step, gents.
Onside, this Stockport side.
Come here.
Justin Thomas, Andrew Lachlan, Harry Trelawney, Johnny Edwards, Jamie Anthony, Alistair Chadwick, Ben Robertson, Ben Shepherd, not that one, Dan Smith, Tom Hancock, and Freeman Payne
Onside.
are their team.
Thank you. Middle's there, gents. Yes.
AEI, the line out.
Gents, let's go.
Potential this one. AEI can score soon for this to be a real classic that goes right down to the wire. The line out goes awry and into the hands of Stockport. We move it out to the right hand side, and Anthony, who's already scored one from long range in this game, and he's having half a think about going for one from long range here in this one. Instead pulls it out. They go out to this left hand side, and that's great pace there. From Freeman Payne, 300 caps he's got for Waterloo. +300 caps, in fact. He stopped counting after 300. And a try on the close as well. Not a bad one either. Plenty of pace for a man with 300 caps. Strong kickoff from Stockport, and it's claimed expertly by Hancock. Now they shift it all the way across again to the right hand side, and there's a bit of pace and flare coming in, and Anthony receives the pass from over the top, and Jamie Anthony as his second, has Stockport's fifth, and they are absolutely flying here at Rugby School. In the Rugby School charity Vets Sevens here, celebrating 200 years of the game. And it was Justin Thomas, not the golfer, the Stockport rugby player, that made the break down the right hand side. To the World Cup in '95 to Justin Thomas with Wales.
Tackle away, no hands.
European Cup experience with Cardiff. And then played sevens with Wales and GB.
Tackle.
Played the Hong
No
Kong
hands.
sevens against the likes of Jonah Lomu, Christian
Not
Cullen,
released him, you're still
and
part of the
Sali
tackle.
Sarevi. Quite some career for Justin Thomas, and a career that inspired Tom Hancock, the number 7 for Stockport. Just one of a number of superstars actually that we've got on show here at the Rugby School Vets Charity Sevens. Justin Thomas we've seen, Scott Hamilton of course we've seen in action for Market Harborough. Alex Groves has been playing for the Old Rugby inside. All of those lads together, and you've got a very tasty sevens side indeed as Stockport break away for what will surely be another score. But we can't count our chickens, having seen one get spilled across the line. That one held onto though, and it's Johnny Edwards who gets across. Played a season of rugby in Sweden for the Stockholm Exiles, but back in the UK and playing on the close. It was a good offload, and Edwards, once he'd skipped past that first tackle, able to just run it home.
Let's go, please. 5 seconds to take this kick.
And gives his team
Yeah, so
a
let's take
very healthy 40 points to 7 lead. As they did in that earlier game that we had here on Old Big Side, Stockport just accelerating away in the second half.
Scrum
Often
advantage.
dives on the ball.
Good competition.
Place now to Robertson, who moves it further out.
No tackle.
Robertson again to Hancock. Hancock with the dummy. And man we've not mentioned yet, actually, Ben Shepherd wearing 19. One of New Zealand schools championships rather, in 1998 with Rotorua Boys High School. Andrew Loughlin slipping over there but keeping possession alive. Oh, and through the middle goes Stockport. The space opened up out of nowhere. Oh, and out the back of the hand. Oh, well, that is pretty special and pretty tasty. Freeman Payne with the try. But just have a look at this and the work to create it. Conversion slides over as the final whistle goes as well. It's a healthy victory for Stockport Rugby Club. But just take a look at this. The ball given to Ben Shepherd, who we were just talking about a moment ago. Couldn't quite believe that the Red Sea had parted in front of him, and then just casually out the back of the hand into Freeman Payne, who crosses the line and earns Stockport a very, very comfortable 47 points to 7 victory. They are really looking like the team to beat at the moment, Stockport Rugby Club, aren't they? Fantastic performance against AEI. And sets up for some big ones to come. Up next, it's the Barbarian side taking on Wild Dogs. Barbarian side made up of players from all around these teams. After a late dropout from one of the sides. The Barbarian side, one of the fan favourites around here. They take on Wild Dogs at 12:20. Fast turnaround here at Rugby School. Slickly run operation by Vicky Henderson and her team. They're organising all of the bicentenary celebrations here at the birthplace of the game. It's Barbarians against Wild Dogs. Barbarians in the blue shirts and in possession. Wild Dogs in the, is that a lime green, a fluorescent green? We'll decide on that as time goes on. Last time we had Wild Dogs on the live stream, they were in hot form against St Andrews. How will they fare against the Barbarians side? We've got a penalty to defend against early on here. Barbarians and then number 16. Take the tap into find some space, and already the Barbarians looking a little more cohesive as they get used to each other than they did earlier on in the competition. Almost breaking through as the 16, but they keep possession alive. 2 now, offloading to 16, and this is exciting Barbarian style rugby from the Barbarians. Eventually goes loose and into the hands of the Wild Dogs though. Wild Dogs take advantage of that loose ball, get a couple of passes in, and they have a simple stroll home for Gatti Vol. Conversion as well, and it's a 7-0 lead for Wild Dogs. Big old fend, and then a great pass through contact. And Wild Dogs able to just ease off the gas once they're across the halfway line. Wild Dogs with a put in. Going backwards, but that's okay. Now moving forwards and moving backwards to move forwards so they can find some try-scoring space. The Wild Dogs. And after early pressure from the Barbarians, it's 2 quick tries for Wild Dogs. Clinical stuff from them. Referee again requests that they go from behind the sticks. Never easy. Wild Dogs have a 12-0 lead. When we look at the replay here, good 7s this. Happy to go backwards in the knowledge that there may be space somewhere else. Rounds the defence, draws the last man, gives the pass out wide. And Wild Dogs have their second try of the game. Barbars take it in. And they go for the box kick. I don't think I've ever seen a box kick in 7s before in my life, but they've made good ground off that. It could be vulnerable though, because I suspect the chase is not as organised as it might otherwise be, and I'm right. Vets 7's kick chase on the box kick was never going to be what you might expect it to be. And Wild Dogs very happy to take advantage of that broken field play. Scoring in the right-hand side. I think that's taken a bit out of them. But I think the lesson there is maybe don't box kick in 7s. Now this is going to be a very tricky conversion attempt. Left-footed. He's probably aiming at a 2-inch post stamp between the posts there, once you take that angle into account. And unsurprisingly, it goes skew whiff. Big fend off there from the number 4. And a nice step inside, but by this point the defence is just so scattered across the field as they went to make that kick chase. What a thumping tackle coming in off the kickoff, and then the turnover as well. Counter ruck 2, and then around the fringes they go. Could be a 4th try. Is going to be a 4th try. Wild Dogs relentless off that kickoff. And do we perhaps put them in amongst the category that includes the likes of Stockport and Old Rugbyians as real challengers overall, at least on the rugby side of this competition? Remember, the way this competition is decided is that the overall winners will have their rugby ranking and their charitable fundraising ranking combined, and then obviously divided in 2, and each team's outcome from that average will be how this competition is decided overall. So the fundraising playing an equal part to the rugby. So just because you see a team maybe drop a few gains on the field, don't be surprised if they end up high up on the rankings as a result of their charitable fundraising. Barbarians look to make an impact, but Wild Dogs come absolutely flooding through that ruck. And just as they look to counter, they spill the ball forward, and that's half time. Wild Dogs leading against the Barbarians side, 24 points to 0, capitalising on every little error that comes their way. Wild Dogs looking very impressive. Barbarians are ready and raring to go nice and early here for the second half. It's Wild Dogs. Wild Dogs had an impressive first half, but Barbarians are enjoying themselves out there. Now that looks to me like wearing 15 for the Barbarians. I think it's Matt from Wooden Spoon, who we had a chat with on Saturday, which of course is a reminder to us all that Wooden Spoon, one of the big reasons why we're all here today. It's 40 years of Wooden Spoon, as well as 200 years of the game of rugby football. Wooden Spoon are very much the charity partners throughout this bicentenary year of Rugby School, but particularly they are the charity partners of this Vets Charity Sevens, which is what we're all raising money for today. That and the Rugby School 1823 Bursary. And you can find out more about Wooden Spoon by visiting woodenspoon.org.uk and also going to their social media channels, which are at Charity Spoon. And I'm reminded to tell you, don't just Google Wooden Spoon, because all you get is IKEA adverts for Wooden Spoon. So do Google Wooden Spoon Charity if you want to get anything other than pictures of Italy at the end of the Six Nations, or bits and bobs for your kitchen. Barbarians have a little flash down the blind side, but Once again, the offload doesn't go to hand. Showing glimpses in this game, the Barbarians, that they've got a few bits to offer here, but they just can't quite make things stick. We're back here again next weekend with Next Gen 15. The England Deaf International against the Lambs, which is going to be a fantastic occasion. There's 3 games actually on that day. One of them still to be completely confirmed, but we've also got one of the participating sides being the Commons and Lords, so should provide plenty of spice and entertainment. And providing spice and entertainment on the field here are Wild Dogs, who are in for their 5th try of the game. Joel it is to finish it. What looks like a very good pair of Olney socks on, I'd say, but I could be wrong. I'm sure there are plenty of teams that play in pink and blue. It's great control, actually, to be able to pluck that one from the sky. And just a swerve of the hips and he was away for an easy run home. A question for you all at home. Is it Joel or is it Yol? It is another try for the Wild Dogs. Straight from the kickoff. Yeboah there. Evoking memories for me of Tony Yeboah back in the mid-90s for Leeds United. That was an absolute cracker he scored, I remember. What a man, Tony Yeboah. His side went down in a bit of a hammering to Crystal Palace yesterday, and Yeboah here though, inflicting a bit of a hammering on the field at Old BIGSIDE. Wild Dogs stretching out now to a 38-0 lead. This kickoff is claimed by the Barbarians though, and Matt from Wooden Spoon pops in the over-the-top pass, and if they could have gathered that one, there was space to run into, and that's 2 or 3 times now that the space has opened up for this Barbarian side, but they've just not quite been able to finish. It all opened up there for them. They're just not quite able to finish it off. Barbarians have possession. They're playing direct here, working around the fringes and having a bit of success. Setting up a driving maul. Ball pops loose from it though, but just about maintained under some kind of control. Big tackle comes in again though, so they're just going to stick through with this heavy traffic work. They've got 4 players in that ruck, so there's not going to be any space out wide. So once again, they just attack around the fringes. Now the ball squirts loose again, but it's... well, I don't know what's going on. But the referee, I don't think any of the players knew what was going on there as well. So the referee's awarded a penalty, as much as anything else, just to allow everyone to get back into some sort of shape and some sort of understanding of what's going on. And there we go. Oh, chip through from Barbarians. Gathered as well. Tackle comes in from the sweeper. Can the Barbarians cross for the try here? They're not quite sure what way to go there. Was the number 7. So he goes into contact and it's ripped clear in contact. And it's penalty to Wild Dogs. They go fast. Space on the left-hand side and then cutting back on the scissors. And Wild Dogs, well, they're going to break Barbarians' hearts here. Barbarians with probably their most promising attacking play of the game since that opening minute or so. And it all ends in a length of the field effort for Wild Dogs, who stretch out to a 45-0 advantage. It was a good running line this though, just cutting back on the scissors, knowing that the defence was drifting away all the time. Inside cover just wasn't quite there. It's been an exhausting morning so far. And Wild Dogs able to just soak it all in as the sunshine continues to start breaking through. I think we're seeing shadows on the field now and everything. Quite incredible. 45-0 the Wild Dogs lead, but Barbarians have the ball, moving towards last play territory here on old BIGSIDE. Can the Barbarians muster a try to finish things off? Well, instead they've been driven off the ball by Wild Dogs, who will no doubt be keen to finish with a try of their own, and they may well do just that. Cover's coming across, but he steps inside the cover, taken to his knees, but he's got the time to get up and to get across the line and to score an 8th try for Wild Dogs. Conversion as well, and that is full time and a 52-0 win for Wild Dogs, who really are joining the party with Old Rugbyans and Stockport as one of the teams to really watch as this Vets Charity Sevens tournament develops here at Rugby School.
Next game from at 12:40 on ODS, Big Spoon will take on Richmond, and on hot times we'll have Stockport against the ORs. Those games due to start in about a minute and a half.
Well, we're underway, and there's a couple of really special fixtures actually coming up here on Old BIGSIDE. On pitch now, as you can see, Richmond Heavies once again, their third time here on the live stream this morning, up against Big Spoon, who are one of two Wooden Spoon teams that are playing here, and it's going to be followed up by the other Wooden Spoon team, Little Spoon, that are playing, and they'll be taking on St Andrews, who we've seen a couple of times already as well. But of course, this weekend, and in particular this Bank Holiday Monday, very much dominated as Richmond break through for an opening score of the game, scything through in the midfield there. This Monday in particular, very much about Wooden Spoon as much as it's about Rugby School and 200 years of the game, because it's Wooden Spoon's 40th birthday as well. They are the children's charity of Rugby Union, and they are the charity partners of Rugby School throughout this bicentenary year where we're celebrating the game so much. And today everyone's raising money for Wooden Spoon and indeed for the Rugby School 1823 Bursary. And as I've mentioned a couple of times before, it's not about just what happens on the field here today, it's about what happens off it as well. The winners of this competition will be the side that has averaged across their charitable finishing position in terms of the amount of fundraising done and their rugby finishing position in terms of where they've done in the competition, who will be winners overall. So the charity every bit as important as the rugby today, not just in terms of how we all think about it, but in terms of the outcome of the competition as well. And in the competition, it's the rugby side that are up here against the charity side, and they could be up by even more than they were initially as they scorch home from long range for a second try of the game. Two different but top class tries from the Richmond Heavies. We've had a couple of tough outings to begin the day here on Old BIGSIDE, but are showing their form here in the early stages of this game against Big Spoon. Great pace around the outside, although in fairness, an absolutely wonderful chase from one of the more veteran of the many veterans we've got here today on the right wing for Wooden Spoon on that one. Restart evades everyone and bobbles out into touch inside the Wooden Spoon 22. And I would wager that we will see quite a hotly contested line out here. This won't just be your average sevens line out, because looking at these two teams, we've got some proper forwards on the field right now. Richmond go up at the front, but the ball's lobbed over them to the back, and Wooden Spoon set up at the tail. And oh, we've seen a kick out of nowhere, and we've seen that kicks can be a bit dangerous in these games. Chase not necessarily always that organised, but you do have to give it to one of your own teammates. And instead it's been intercepted out to Wooden Spoon, and one of their many players that's also doubling up in a Barbarian shirt as well today. And well, the ball has broken loose. Richmond, I think, aren't entirely sure, but everyone's, well, confused, but I think suddenly aware that we've got a try-scoring situation on our hands here. Richmond with it. Even the try scorer is looking sheepishly back, going, really? It was just hacked through, but everyone stopped. No one was quite sure what had happened. I don't know if there was maybe a whistle on the other field that caught everyone out. And, well, after all that, the referees called everyone back. Well, I don't really know what's going on here. And that's not the first time I've said that today. Either way, what we've ended up with is no try Richmond and a scrum Wooden Spoon and an absolute battle at the breakdown here. that continues to rage on. Ends up on Wooden Spoon's side. And Wooden Spoon are committing quite a lot of numbers to the breakdown, so I don't think we can expect a wide play here. Instead we go around the fringes and have a charge down grubber. And oh, the storming carry here. Keep on going, keep on going. Here he goes. Wooden Spoon have definitely opted for direct running. As you can see, there are 0 players out wide for them. And who needs players out wide when you can just stay in tight and keep charging forward? Offload doesn't go to hand initially, but the follow-up support player gets onto it, but it's ripped clear by Richmond Heavies. And if they move this, there is space, but they've moved it the wrong way. There was space on the other side. But still, there's space on this side as well. We're playing at kind of half pace here at the moment. Half pace is perhaps actually a bit generous. We're playing at quarter pace. Oh, he's just stepped on it a little bit. The chase has come in, and well, there we go. Try Richmond. One of the more unusual couple of minutes of sevens. We watch the replay. It'll be a long replay this, but you know, worth a watch. They've created the overlap inside their own 22, and well, my words simply can't do the pictures justice. Restart from Richmond. Once again, bobbles out into touch. And that'll take us to half-time. Richmond Heavies leading Big Spoon 19 points to 0. Both sides enjoying themselves out there in what is definitely one of the more unusual games we've seen so far today. We'll see what the second half brings. Half-time, Big Spoon 0, Richmond Heavies 19. Half time over. Teams are back out, ready, raring to go in the second half. Big Spoon looking to come back from a 19-0 deficit against Richmond Heavies, who are in possession in their gold, red and black shirts. Wooden Spoon trying to keep the Heavies out, but the Heavies are off to a good start again in the second half. Number 13 here, pumping the arms. Dotting the ball down. Not dissimilar to Tom Shanklin, actually. Not all that similar either, I suppose, but similar enough for him to spring to mind. See the replay here. It's just pretty simple handling, actually, from Richmond. Got the ball to the outside. They have been good in return of kickoffs in this game. And the number 13. Able to just run it home. Restart almost gathered on the full. So close. And it'll be a scrum to Richmond. Now, I can't quite believe which players Wooden Spoon have opted to have in the scrum and which ones they haven't. But that is what we love about Vets Rugby. And Richmond, oh, they're enjoying themselves now. The kick's just going to beat everyone, though. But we're starting to see all the little tricks that Richmond have in their locker. Wooden Spoon, wobbly looking line out, and it doesn't go to hand. And Richmond Heavies could be in a try scoring position, but the pass doesn't go to hand and goes into touch. Wooden Spoon survive, and we'll restart with the same situation we had 30 seconds ago. Wooden Spoon line out on their own line, but it's stolen again by Richmond, but tap back into Wooden Spoon arms. Could they go the length? Well, they're going to go the direct route again. It's been their favoured approach in this game so far, and it continues to be. Pick and goes galore from Wooden Spoon. Well, hey, this is Vets Rugby. This is what it's all about. Don't test the lungs out too much. Just pick and go and get yourselves around the corner. Big clear out there. 4 men in that ruck. And the wide ball, well, perhaps pick and go was the way to stay going, because when that wide ball came in, there was no one to receive it. And Richmond, who had their defensive line set up and ready to go, able to pounce and score. For just a fleeting moment there, I thought the Richmond Heavies outside half might be Declan Kidney, London Irish coach, but I'm fairly certain it's not. Just a passing resemblance from the right angle. Good close control with the bouncing ball, just to be able to keep nudging it forward until it had crossed the line and then fall down on it. As Wooden Spoon ring a couple of changes. Clever kickoff from Richmond Heavies, and Wooden Spoon, I don't know what the attempt there was, but it's parted the Red Seas there for Richmond. Good pace to break through that space. Well, had the kickoff return come off, it would have been quite simply spectacular. It's probably not the percentage play necessarily. That conversion just hits the upright. You see it here. Comes in with a big right foot off the shin though. Straight into the hands of Richmond, who are only too happy to just use their pace to score the try. But I'll tell you what, if he'd made a clean connection on that, there was a chance. That kickoff is missed again as Martin Castrogiovanni's long lost brother goes chasing after it. Richmond seizing. Oh, the dummy comes in. Second pass. Cover tackle comes in. That's good covering actually from Wooden Spoon, but it gets the offload away. Does the Richmond 11. Off to the number 9. He gets himself across the try line. It was a brilliant dummy in the midfield from Richmond. Really good cover that comes in. He's trying to stop the ball from being released, but the number 11 does well to free his hands. Just pops it off to the number 9. He's able to just bring that one home. (43-0) Richmond lead, and I suspect this will probably be the last play. Wooden Spoon, well, can they finish it off with a try? Going to get 2 shots at it. There is the hooter, so this is the last play. Ball just spilled forward just as we thought that they were going to explore the space. Referee's going to bring it back. Has anyone told him that the hooter's gone? I suspect the Wooden Spoon players might tell him at some point that the hooter's gone. No. Well, we're going to have one more play here. And then, given the tiredness levels that are starting to emerge, we could see something exciting here. That ball's just popped out the tunnel, so we'll go again. Spoon. What can they conjure? Final play of the game. Oh, and he's gone scything through the gap. Oh, he's going to go all the way. Go on, go on, go on. Oh, no, he's been hauled down. Richmond, oh, they don't earn the penalty. Penalty to Wooden Spoon instead. Go on, are they going to finish this with a try? Get the pass away. They are going to finish this with a try. The try that everyone wanted to see. And Wooden Spoon, the big spoon, finish off with the try. Conversion is wide, but what a great way for this game to finish off. Wooden Spoon getting the score. It was side entry at that ruck from the 11 to steal the ball, so the referee awarded the penalty. Wooden Spoon went fast, got the popping offload away, and it's good work actually to stay active through that play, get on the loop, receive the pass, and finish things off with a try. It all finishes up. Richmond 43, Big Spoon 5, and it's their sister team, Little Spoon, that are going to be up next. The other Wooden Spoon team that's entered here in the Rugby School, Vets Charity Sevens. Little Spoon up against St Andrews. Coming next at 1 o'clock.
And officials, all spectators should remain outside of the roped area. Thank you. Spectators who are standing in between the 2 pitches, exit the playing area and stand outside of the ropes. The centre of the pitch between the 2 pitches is only for substitutes and officials. Thank you.
On the field now, Little Spoon, the other Wooden Spoon charity side, taking on St Andrews. St Andrews in the blue, Wooden Spoon, as I'm sure you're familiar with, are in the red, green, blue and white. Up the colours of England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales. 40 years of the Wooden Spoon charity. One of the great names associated with the game nowadays, and they're on the charge here. Referee's going to call that one back. Wooden Spoon.
No. Yes, no.
Aiming to keep out St Andrews, who just spilled that ball. They look to break down the right-hand side, so we'll have another scrum. Some of you may have spotted there's a bit of rain looking as though it's threatening to come in again from the left-hand side of your pictures. The wind is certainly picking up. But picking up too, a Wooden Spoon flying down the left-hand side. Perfect start for Wooden Spoon. Opportunistic try off the scrum. Conversion not quite made. Not many will be from those angles though today. They request, as per, from the try scorer to roll off for a moment or two. It's a great score that though. Saw that the defence had all gone to the open side, so knew a little pick down the blind side and there would be space.
Gents, let's go please. 30 seconds for the kick. Well, you better go and get it next time. Yes it is. Let's go, please.
Referee keen to move things along. The team's unsurprisingly less keen to move things along too fast. Clever kick, just dropped into space and spilled forward by St Andrews as a result of that kick being a pretty tricky one to gather. So Wooden Spoon are going to have another go down this left-hand side. They've been really threatening down that side in these opening couple of minutes. Ball's a bit loose now. It's in the hands of St Andrews, who are going to look to counter. But have gone, rather than round the outside, through the middle. And through the middle with a bit of joy as well. Pass through contact just allows them to break up field. And then around the corner they go, but tackle comes in. Wooden Spoon working really hard in defence here. The short pass around the fringe, giving St Andrews a try-scoring opportunity that they gladly take as the rain does indeed start to sweep in across the close.
Yeah, mate, the look had moved away. You were good where you were.
Good try this from St Andrews. Cover tackle was good, stopping them down short. But Little Spoon
Can I show the weather, the yellow card?
not able to protect the fringe, and the 14 just stepping in. I'll tell you what. As you can see on your screen, it is wet and wild out there. So wet, in fact, that Wooden Spoon can't even hold on to the ball. Sideways rain that comes in.
Let's arrive, please.
From a bit of sunshine, what, 5 minutes ago, we are now in, well, you can see the umbrellas are up. People are hunkered down. It is pretty brutal out there. And through they go. St Andrews into that headwind, and you can see the effect the headwind's having on the on the running players as well. But St Andrews able to capitalise and get across the line for their second try.
Off the ball.
As the rain comes absolutely flying in here, it is treacherous out here at Rugby School.
You work your way up to a second yellow if you're swearing at me. Leave the pitch, 2 minutes.
Wooden Spoon reduced to 6. I think as a result of that push off the ball after the pass had been given.
There was no bat.
So Wooden Spoon down to 6. St Andrews with the lead and currently playing with a man's advantage as they lead 12 points to 5. That hooter there that you may have just heard in the background signifying that we are into last play territory, and it's another yellow card. This time for one of the St Andrews players. So we're now 6 on 6. Sort of chaotic little period of the game, this. Wooden Spoon. Well, there could be some space here. They wanted to go around the outside, but instead they cut inside. Got a good offload away though. Physical attacking play.
Penalty advantage, 11, you're off your feet, you're out the game.
By the Next Gen 15 flag in the background there, just how strong this wind is, almost horizontal. Is
You're off your feet, you're out the game. Player blue
penalty
11. You okay?
to Wooden Spoon.
Mark's it.
Long half this one, so expect a few gaps to
Drop
open
here,
up
drop to here.
off the back of this penalty. Wooden Spoon taking it slow. 6 aside, remember, as well. That ball spilled loose. And St Andrews are very keen, I think, to get into half-time. Tried to boot it off the field, but it doesn't go. Those on the touchlines absolutely imploring that something's happened, and the knock-on came in.
I thought we were just seeing the first one. I was playing advantage for the first.
And that will be half-time.
Still 40 seconds.
40 seconds of half-time, I think we've just heard the referee say. 40 seconds on the yellow card, actually, I think. That's half-time. St Andrews leading against Wooden Spoon, 12 points to 5 in unbelievably challenging conditions for those out there. Ready for the second half here. Little Spoon one of the two wooden spoon teams here, trailing St Andrews, who are just kicking that ball away there in the blue. 12 points to 5, and St Andrews looking to extend that advantage. Hack through didn't quite work, so wooden spoon with the opportunity to tidy it up and do so. I think that might be Nicky Little there that was in possession for wooden spoon. I'll see if I can double check on that. Spilled forward though. So it'll be a scrum down, St Andrews ball.
Can I go on? I said, no, you can't go on. I said, you said 15 seconds. You've not time to scrum. I said, go back on. As he's gone on, it's just called me a fucking wanker.
Well, we've seen a red card here.
Who's captain? Okay.
Not.
He's been asked to wait for the vacant play to return. As he's been asked to return to the pitch, he's been called something that I won't repeat because I'm on a microphone. Okay, for that, match official abuse, he's received a second yellow card, which is a red.
Well,
okay?
it's a second yellow and therefore a red. That's what's happened as he's come back onto the field. He's had a little bit of unnecessary chat with the referee. So St Andrews will play the rest of the game with a player's advantage. But spilled, and it'll be a wooden spoon scrum.
Thank you. Bench! Bind! Set!
Big scrum from St Andrews, but recovered well by wooden spoon.
The pass was fine, knocked forward in the collection, gents. Scrum blue ball.
It'll be another scrum to St Andrews.
Yes, I will. Gents, please make sure the bind's safe.
Things getting a bit scrappy now that the weather has come in again.
Thank you. Bench!
Atrocious conditions early on this morning. Brightened up for 40 minutes or so, but we are now back in the depths of some very un-April-like weather. We've all heard of April showers, but this is April. Howling gale and downpour.
There's only 2 in. You're good. One of you's a 9. Thank you. Knock on. 5 blue.
Another card, yellow card to St Andrews. So we're 6 aside now for a little period. And I'm not sure what either set of players want is more space on the field. Although, as I say that, perhaps Little Spoon will disagree, exploiting that extra space on the field to burst away down the right-hand side and cross for a try that, if they can nail the conversion, will level the game up. Taking his time over it.
Yes.
And slotting it. We are all level. Little Spoon 12, St Andrews 12. It's a great run down that right-hand side. Good strength, good pace, good power. And in fairness to him, good fitness as well, because there are some tired boys out there.
Time's up. He's coming. Fellas, take it because we don't have... He's on. Let's go.
Little with the kickoff. Bounces. But recovered by St Andrews. Little Spoon had a little dabble at the interception.
Challenge is excellent.
And then Little Spoon with the great counter ruck. We're in for a try scoring chance. If only the pass could have gone to hand. Still they maintain possession, but playing the ball on the floor. It'll be a penalty to St Andrews.
Playing the ball on the floor, gents.
Who opt to kick the penalty and kick it to stay in field. And it is rolling and rolling and rolling all the way up to almost the 5 metre line. Nicky Little is the man to receive it, but a slip from the player he was looking to pass it to, and the ball booted out, and we'll have a scrum down as a result of that knock on. Well, it's difficult underfoot out there. I think we can all say that. Big scrum from Little Spoon. And it's penalty advantage to St Andrews. And there could be space down the right-hand side. Cutting inside goes the big number 1. Pulled down short. It's number 11 feet short.
Hands away, you tackler. Let it come. No hands.
Slow ball.
Playing penalty advantage.
Wooden Spoon thought they'd stolen it.
Yes.
And in fact, they probably had stolen it, because rather than giving a penalty on the spot, the refs brought them across for a penalty here just inside the 15 metre line. Back from that scrum.
Tackle away.
Just short, St Andrews. Oh, there was space out wide. He must score now. Oh, his mates are going to not be buying him, but he's going to be buying the pints later.
Good tacklers. Stay on your feet next
time. Acres of space on the right-hand side. Oh, and now it's been knocked forward, and Wooden Spoon escape. St Andrews will be kicking themselves. And we have our first draw here on Old BIGSIDE. 12 points apiece. Little Spoon 12, St Andrews 12. An eventful game. Cards galore. 2 tries apiece. And it all ends up in a draw here on Old BIGSIDE. And up next, it's another special one. Market Harbour taking on Old Rugbyans, the old boys, returning to the close. We'll be back with you in just a sec. Old Rugbyans are on the field good and early, and we'll be having a chance after this one to chat to one of their players. He's also a teacher here at Rugby School after the game. And taking on Market Harbour. There's going to be a couple of matchups here that are going to be pretty interesting and pretty tasty. Not least Alex Groves, former Scotland international in white of Old Rugbyans, being wearing number 5 today. And Scott Hamilton earlier on was having a little run with Market Harbour. Former Leicester Tigers superstar. Scott Hamilton, of course, he won a couple of caps for New Zealand back in 2006 before making the move over to Leicester Tigers. We've got two teams on the field and they're ready and raring to go. What we don't have is a referee or a ball. Which some of the teams here today would say is not too much of a problem. Somehow I suspect these two really are rather hoping to get the rugby underway. And the good news is that that horrendous weather that came in the previous game looks like it was just passing through. I suppose it was coming in directly sideways, wasn't it? Because we've got blue skies now, we're not raining, we do have high winds. Those teams playing from right to left are going to be struggling a little bit. Running the length of the field has been hard enough as it is today, but running into a strong headwind is less than ideal. Well, still no referee or ball. Two sets of players very excitedly clapping around and looking to get going, but so far getting going is not on the cards. Well, the hooter's gone, which does mean that we're supposed to be starting play. They're just building the tension here. The referees know the drama. I think I can spot a referee over there. Nicely picked out by our cameraman. There he is. Well, in fairness to him, he was reffing the last game. We've got a touch judge as well, making his merry way across the field. Oh, the referee's keen to get underway. Touch judge isn't even across yet, and the referee started things off. Old Rugbyans in the white on the left-hand side, Market Harborough in the black shirts on the right-hand side of your screen, and we are off and running. Market Harborough showing, going, but the drift is on here from Old Rugbyans. Alex Grove, well, he was never a kicker, was he? But his side retain possession. Make good ground through the middle here. Oh, if that offload had stuck, they were in for a classic. Just skips loose.
Scrum, black ball.
And we'll have a scrum.
Okay, wait for my calls, please. Punch!
1823, as you can see on the back of the rugby shirts. Signifying 200 years of this game.
Nine was good. Oh, backwards. All backwards.
It's messy out there, but we are ball in rugby hands.
No tackle
Groves
coming, play off.
has a think about a peek down that left-hand side, and instead is just going to go central, goes, and get the offload away. Slightly cynical, was it?
Penalty advantage.
Referee, I think, at first was making one decision and then I think realised the error of his way and has made the other. Old Rugbyans go fast and across the line through their number 6. We just saw a flush of the brilliance that Groves has to offer. And then off the back of that, they go quickly from the penalty, move the ball to the number 6 there, who gets himself across the line. Conversion didn't quite get made.
5.
Referee did actually blow his whistle to say that the conversion had gone over.
Your kick.
But it does appear to have been relayed to him by his touch judge that it didn't in fact go over.
Behind the kicker, please.
I think both we and the referee are now in agreement that the score is 5-0 to Rugby, or Old Rugbyans. Market Harbour. Well, he knew where he wanted his support player, and he passed it anyway.
Been touched off the pitch. Thank you, sir.
Ball was touched off the field, so we can't go quickly.
Yellow lines are marked, please. White, yellow lines are marked. Take a step. Thank you.
Isn't it incredible how often the mark coincides with a line on the field?
Let's go, please.
It's like they're just used for ease sometimes. Market Harbour, all fleet-footed and in the pink boots. Wow, if you're going to wear pink boots, you've got to have feet like that, haven't you? Well gathered there by the number 1. Out to the 20. There's a bit of space out here. Drift came across there, so they cut back inside wisely. Gathered well by the 2. No socks. I'm never sure about that. Cutting back inside now to the 14, who was coming in on the angle.
Oh,
Gets the offload to the 3. This is great continuity, but one offload too many. But it's spilled in the end actually by Rugby. So Market Harbour will have a scrum.
2, you did end up a little high there, right? If it's looking like it's going high, release the player, please. It's a knock on. Oops, sorry.
Knocked on by Rugby. Scrum Market Harbour. And I think the players are more than happy that the ball is taking a bit of time to come back here. So much so that I suspect the players were the ones that hoofed it off the field to get rid. Lung busting 30 seconds or so there. Market Harbour win the scrum. Moved out to the right hand touchline, cutting back in field just to stay in. Big clean out comes in.
Play on, the play was coming down.
Intercept is thrown. Old Rugbyans, oh, that pass forward surely, and was. Old Rugbyans though threatening every time they get the ball on the turnover. A couple of them haven't quite gone right, but you can just see that they are ready to explode when the chance comes.
Set.
Market Harbour. Another big counter ruck from Old Rugbyans.
No ruck, play on.
No ruck, says the referee. And Market Harbour goes scything through the middle. 14 once again breaking the line. Tries to get the offload off the floor.
You must be behind the tackle.
But it's going to be a penalty. The number 2, as he intercepted it, hadn't come from behind the tackle.
Sideline at the tackle now. You must get onside.
And there you can see wearing 13 for Market Harbour is Scott Hamilton. Receiving the ball now in his blue shorts. Good dummy. Oh, and a lovely offload out to the 3. Has he got the power to go all the way? Instead he gives the offload out to 12. And it's another penalty, Market Harbour.
Behind the try line, gents. Behind the...
Hamilton standing over the ball. Looks to the right. Pops it over the top, but ball spilled with the try line beckoning, and still Old Rugbyans lead 5-0. They weather that storm, and if they can get this ball safely secured at the scrum, you would think they're just going to play this to the half-time whistle. And as I say that, the hooter goes off. We are into last play territory.
Set.
So expect Old Rugbyans, unless it's on, to just try and get rid of this.
Penalty advantage.
And that is what they're going to do, although we're playing penalty advantage. The referee says half-time anyway, and at half-time, in a really even contest actually, that has seen both sides have some strong moments, it's Old Rugbyans that have the lead. 5 points to 0 against Market Harbour. Well, it's a fast start after the half-time break. No sooner had the buzzer gone than Market Harborough were kicking off. Old Rugbyans just about reacting in time to the fast start to gather the ball in their own 22, and they're going to look to break out from their own 22. Oh, and the pass was on, but he thought about the stab forward. Charged down by Market Harborough, and we'll have a line out. Old Rugbyans, and they Rugby take it fast, but just knocked on by Market Harborough. Oh, they're all living dangerously out there at the moment.
Just hold your strike and balls nearly come in, alright? Yeah, good there. Gents, at least wait for my calls, please. Stand up. At least wait for my calls, alright? Are we ready? Bench!
Scrum down. Old Rugbyans ball.
Set!
Ball gets
Penalty
booted
advantage,
through.
kicking out.
There's penalty advantage to Old Rugbyans. Alex Groves going to just look to see if he can find someone in a bit of space, and he has found someone with
Penalty
some.
advantage over.
Whacks the ball forward, and we're into a foot race here. Foot race
Good challenge.
that's going to be won by Old Rugbyans as the shoulders collided, and the number 6, well, he scored the opener. He looks like he's struggling for pace, but what he's not struggling for is footwork. Steps inside, but he's not going to step round Scott Hamilton like that,
Away from him.
who holds the ball up. Oh, that is fantastic defence from the former All Black.
5 metre attacking scrum. There's no goal line drop.
5 metre attacking scrum, no goal line dropouts, as the referee says, in sevens. But, well, it's handy to have a former pro in your ranks, isn't it? When you need someone to come up with a bit of defensive magic like that.
Behind the try line, please, gents. Bench! Fine! Set!
Oh, and Market Harborough have managed to hack through from the scrum. Hack through, but it's going to be Groves that collects. Just plays the simple pass infield. Old Rugbyans probably feeling like they deserve a score after that brilliant break just a moment ago. And perhaps just finding a little bit of space on the right-hand side here. Groves back pedals. He's tackled by Hamilton.
It's a charge down.
Blindsided by him, and Hamilton gets the ball off the floor to the 14, whose offload is spilled, and we'll have a
This
scrum.
time it's a knock on, black 18.
The two ex-pros
Form up, please.
colliding there.
Bench! Fine! Set!
14 again, making life hard at the scrum. The Old Rugby and scrum half, but he manages to get it away to the 10, and the 10 is breaking down this right-hand side and scorching home. He's going to double the advantage. Old Rugbyans cross for their second. 10-0 they lead. Conversion to come.
No.
Conversion not made though. Skies it. And they lead 10 points to 0 here against Market Harborough.
White kick. It's a white kick. It's a white kick. Yes, please. Good. Advantage over.
Old Rugbyans sees the ball from the kickoff. Could be in for another chance here. 4 moves it out to the 8. Tries to go around the outside. Tackle comes in and he's bundled into touch. Market Harbour half thinking about going fast. But instead we'll have a more traditional sevens line out.
It's a game of safety, gents. Remember that, please. Make a gap two. Make a gap two. Two wide. Make a gap. Thank you.
Oh, poach to the line out. Old Rugbyans simply stroll in. And 15 there. Just standing at the tail of the line out, and when it went over the top, he got his big mitts on it. But he didn't have far to go, did he? Line out just over the top. And 3 steps will do it across the whitewash. And Old Rugbyans,
Okay, 10 seconds
after a
for
very tight first half, have just opened up a 15-0 margin. And with not too long left, that starts to feel pretty comfortable. Market Harbour doing response. Well, they can respond with a cracking run there. And now Hamilton with a half a fend and the ball inside, but hasn't quite found hands.
20 high and always high. Black 20, high tackle. 10, leave him.
And Old Rugbyans, what I reckon is probably going to be the final play of the half, looking for a 4th try. Hamilton comes across with the tackle though. Market Harbour play fast from the line out. 14 here, with a little goose step, and he is going to finish things off with a try. Hooter's gone, so this is the final action of the half. And Market Harbour get their try, with the wind still absolutely howling in. Full time then, Old Rugbyans with another very tidy performance. One of the more impressive sides we've seen so far, beating Market Harbour 15 points to 7. But a finish to remember for Market Harbour, who closed the game up with a tidy try. Full time here on Old BIGSIDE. Old Rugbyans 15, Market Harbour 7. And up next at 1:40, Old Laurentians against Pathway. And we should be having a chat with one of the Old Rugbyans team in the next couple of minutes as well.
Old Laurentians against Pathway. They will play on OBS, and on Pontine we'll have St Andrews against our Barbarian side. So once again, teams who are lending players to Barbarians, send your players over to Pontine, please. You visit the beer bar. They have made a very special 1823 golden ale for the 200-year celebration. You'll be sure to find that out. We've also got here today a team called Oro Gin. Oro Gin have made a special 1823 old style gin, which is distilled using essence of grass from the road. So it's very, very special for this celebration here. A reminder that all spectators should remain outside of the rope top area, please. If you are here spectating, please do remain outside of the rope top area. The area in between the 2 pitches is only for substitutes of the teams that are playing.
So, up now, Old Laurentians against Pathway. Pathway, the side, remember from earlier, made up of former members of the Army and a huge Fijian contingent in their team as well. Old Laurentians in possession in the gold and blue, and Pathway in the sky blue and navy shirts. Old Laurentians on the charge here, and they're going to score the opening try of the game. Good pace there from the Old Laurentians winger. Crosses the line, and a fast start from Old Laurentians. Well, the rain may have passed here at Rugby School, but the wind certainly hasn't. It is mountaintop conditions out there at the moment. Lovely try this from Old Laurentians, though. One of the best we've seen today. Good pace around the outside. Good passing to find it. And then he just weaves inside in the sweeper. Left grasping at thin air as Old Laurentians get in. Free. Trying to stop the game here. Knocked on by Pathway. You may remember earlier on Pathway were in green shirts, but I do assure you this is definitely Pathway in the two-tone blue shirts.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Opportunity here then for Old Laurentians to double their lead. Passed away from the scrum. They go straight through, and they are going to double their lead. 13 in the red scrum cap. Slicing through the gap there. Getting a bit of stick, I think, from the Richmond heavies about the length of his shorts as well. Quite right too. This is Vets. You got legs to show off. I'm not sure you count as a true vet. Lovely try again though from Old Laurentians, though, who've started like they mean business here on Old BIGSIDE against Pathway, who just spilled that one off the kickoff. So we'll have another Old Laurentian scrum.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Old Laurentians going to score a third, and it's 2 for the 14. Picking and going from the scrum. Brilliant start from them. 3.5 minutes gone and 3 tries. Sharp work around the scrum. His opposite number followed him around the tail, which meant there was a gap to exploit between the scrum and the outside half. The Old Laurentian scrum half only too happy to fill that space.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Couldn't say from my angle.
Kick off again. A little untidy, so we're going to have another scrum.
Crouch!
Will we see a repeat of the last one? You know for sure he'll be thinking about it. He's got a hat-trick in his sights. This time instead, though, he does give it out to the back line. The number 10 breaks free and he's going to score a 4th try. Excessive goose stepping. And another set of shorts that are... I'm not sure those shorts are in the spirit of Vets Rugby. Let's just put it that way. Bursting through he went. I think he possibly thought there were more tacklers coming in than there really were.
I know. Good to get them started. They're not very good to play for half time, are they? Your own time again.
And Old Laurentians, as we approach half time, have a 26-0 lead. But finally, Pathway are going to get a chance to get their hands on the ball because that kick didn't go 10, so Pathway will have a free kick on the halfway line. And as far as I can recall, this is the first possession they're going to have of the half. Let's see what they can do with it. Well, they spill it, and spill it into the hands of Old Laurentians, who pass it forward. So we'll have a scrum to Pathway.
If you're going to do that, Gaz, don't do it on the line. Yeah, don't do it on the line.
Hooter sounds for half time, and the referee says, well, if there's a hooter, then I'll call time. Half time here, then Old Laurentians 26, Pathway 0, and we'll be back with you in just a second for a very special chat with one of the Old Rugbyans.
Okay, quick turns over, gents. Quick change over.
And so at half-time here with Old Laurentians leading 26-0 against Pathway, we've got an opportunity to have a chat with one of the Old Rugbyans team and a staff member here at Rugby School. Tim, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm a bit stiff actually, having done far too many scrummages at the age of 52.
I'm not surprised. There's a few bodies out there that are very much wanting the vet side of this to stay well on course, not too much running around.
Yeah, I think this is a test of stamina, isn't it? Less of pace and skill. So we're still standing, got probably a semi-final to come, I think.
Yeah, well, I was going to say Old Rugbyans looking like one of the stronger sides out there today, and looking like it's been
well, our first 7 is a good side, and it's the next 5 where the problems start. But we've had some good games so far, that's for sure.
Well, seven's pretty decent, and Alex Groves among them, who's looking like he's contributing a huge amount.
I think he's enjoying himself, isn't he? I mean, he's trying to play within himself, I think, but letting others shine. But yeah,
I saw him get walloped by Scott Hamilton in the last game. I don't think he was expecting pro-on-pro action there.
What's the opposite of a champagne moment? I'm not sure.
But I suppose on the wider point of the day and the year as a whole, this is obviously an incredibly special year. Well, not just for Rugby School, but for the game of rugby itself, but particularly here at Rugby School, obviously. Fantastic occasion.
No, it's
and
fantastic to get the game growing in all directions. I mean, in fairness, at the school we have 18 teams, and the under-14 E team is playing a different brand of rugby from the first 15, but everyone's playing. It's a very inclusive sport, and to see women's internationals here, and under-9s, under-11s, under-14s, deaf rugby, every kind of rugby you can imagine. I mean, we want to grow the game in all directions if we can.
Yeah, certainly, and of course Wooden Spoon, the charity partners, well, sort of dual charities we're supporting, aren't we? The 1823 Bursary as Old Laurentians get away for their 5th try of the day. The 1823 Bursary, of course, raising money for, but today in particular, and of course throughout the year, the Wooden Spoon charity, a huge part of everything that's happening.
Absolutely, it's a big part of our ethos as a school and as a club. We're trying to play the game in the right way, and we're trying to link to our charitable status as a school, and we're trying to build bridges with the town, bridges with the rest of the country, from where we recruit talented children on means-tested bursaries. It's all part of that genuine ethos that we have for spreading our charitable foundation.
Yeah, it's been just charitable in terms of giving, but charitable in the sense of community that we've seen throughout all the events of the past few weeks and the weeks and months to come.
It was great. We sold, I think, 1,500 tickets to people from the town for our England Wales Women's Under-18 International, and that was great to see.
Absolutely incredible, isn't it? Now tell me about the afternoon. How are we limbering up for the afternoon? Are we having massages? Are we having a beer? What are we going for?
Maybe a sort of lubricating sort of intake of alcohol might be the way to go.
That may be what's required, I suspect, for a few.
I think so, yeah.
The wind and the rain has been coming in. You've got to do something to stay limber.
Yeah, we've stopped warming up before games now. Just getting on the pitch really, so you can stand up.
That's the way to go, and standing up to things very nicely at the moment are old Laurentians who are having a good old time of it here against Pathway. Although they've got a couple of boys in that team that, I'll tell you what, they're pushing the limits of the word vet. They're right on the edge and
well, apparently you can be
themselves.
in your 35th year, and that counts. Is that true? Your 35th orbit of the sun.
Playing fast and loose with the laws there, but I think that might mean I sneak in as a vet. Oh dear, that's ruined my day rather. I can't believe this. Terrible. But no, it's been fantastic out there on the field, and we're looking forward to seeing what comes in the afternoon. Old Rugby, as we've said, going very nicely. Anyone else that's caught your eye?
Well, the wild dogs look pretty wild and dog-like, and I think they'll be dangerous.
I certainly think they will be. They're looking very good indeed.
In our own group, Stockport, well organised.
Stockport have been very good. Stockport, they look like they played together a few times. They're looking very organised. But
so
we'll
Stockport
see.
and Wild Dogs. That's my two tips.
Stockport, though, I know a few of the characters in that Stockport team, and the lunchtime bar might just distract them from action on the field. Fingers crossed. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll catch up with you later in the day, and we'll certainly spot what old Rugbyans are getting up to over the course of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Tim there from Rugby School, one of the staff members here at Rugby School, also getting involved on the field for the old Rugby side. On the field, while we were speaking, old Laurentians were continuing to enjoy themselves here actually on old BIGSIDE. Up to a 40-0 lead now as the wind comes howling in. Penalty here. Look to score a 7th try. There's still a fair bit to go in this game. Laurentians stab it through. Chase is on. How's the bounce? Oh, off the post. Oh, the drama. Touchdown. Well, of all the things I thought might happen there, that was the last of them. I mean, he was lucky that the ball hit the post. The kick through was probably too strong, but the post protector got in the way and just allowed old Laurentians to score. We see here, stabs it through. Good option, there was no one sweeping, and as he looks to stab it through a second time, he gets a bit of a shove, but he's kicked it harder than he probably intended, but the post gets in the way and allows the try to be scored. And they're going to be straight off with another, are they? It's the number 13 again. I can't believe that I've just discovered that I'm old enough to play Vets Rugby as well.
No, heads.
Excuse me for being lost in my own head for just a second. As old Laurentians continue to extend this lead, this has been a phenomenal performance. Pathway really have struggled for any possession as they tried to clutch a hold of it there. Old Laurentians just pounced upon it.
Yeah, if you're ready, yeah.
Deeper kick-off this time. It bounces off into touch. So Pathway will have the line out. as the final hooter goes. So this will be the last play.
Ball play. Make sure we're 10. Make sure we're 10. Make sure we're 10.
Ball goes over the top.
Sorry.
Pathway. Can they finish with something here? Doing a good job of keeping it alive, but that's just knocked forward. Old Laurentians, will they try and score another to finish things off here? I'd rather wager they might. They've been enjoying scoring. High tackle, so we'll have a penalty. Number 7
Back 10, back 10, back
takes
10.
it twice actually. 13 bounces, moves the ball to the right, keeping it alive. 15 somehow evading tackles. Now 9 here on the right hand side, tries to bump off the cover defence,
Leave it!
stays in field, and they are going to finish with a try. Old Laurentians 55 with a conversion to come. This has
No,
been
you got to kick it where you grounded it.
some performance.
Yeah, it's back on. It's end of the game.
Kick is over, and Old Laurentians, well, that is a bit of a marker to lay down as we move towards the closing stages of this pool stage of the competition. 57-0 Old Laurentians beat Pathway. And up next we have Big Spoon against Market Harbour, and then we got Old Laurentians again against Little Spoon straight after that. Big Spoon against Market Harbour coming up at 2 o'clock. Just about ready then for the 2 o'clock kickoff. Big Spoon against Market Harbour. Market Harbour will be in the black, and it looks as though they're expecting to kick off. Big Spoon, one of the 2 Wooden Spoon charity teams playing here today, and they will be in white, green, red and blue hoops. Assuming that kickoffs have all been decided, they'll be on the left-hand side of your screens. Referees already resplendent in pink. The hooter goes, and we're away. Market Harbour Kickoff bounces into Wooden Spoon arms, but the pass infield from Wooden Spoon goes the way of Market Harborough. Oh, Market Harborough somehow making the way through. Oh, how about that for a pass out the back? And now Hamilton is going to go away to score, but this try is going to be all about the work of the Market Harborough 3. I think Hamilton's done himself a bit of mischief as he scored that. But just you wait until you see this again. Strap your boots on and watch this. Through he goes. Never expected to be there. And when he needed to produce a pass, how about that? And not a bad man to be passing it to finish off the try-scoring chance that you've created. Almost worth the tweaked hamstring. Market Harborough almost through again. This one just drifts out into touch. What a beauty that was, though. Nothing better than seeing a big man in open space.
Couple more, please. Couple more. It's not straight, guys.
Now, just a reminder that we're back here next weekend with 3 games. England Deaf against the Lambs, Commons and Lords playing a Vets side, and Rugby Lions playing Amélie Leban from France. 3 games here at Rugby School. And the Next Gen 15 will actually be simultaneously bringing you the UR7s festival from Broad Street Rugby Club down the road. Big weekend in Warwickshire, and a big weekend this weekend. Bank holiday weekend here at Rugby School. Started with the under-9s. We then had the under-11s, and here on Bank Holiday Monday, the Vets are giving us a few treats in the wind here as Market Harborough just missed the conversion for their second try here. Well worked score, just simple handling from the set piece and out to the gas man on the right wing. (12-0) they lead midway through this first half. We'll be back again at Rugby School on Wednesday the 19th as well for the final of the Under-14 School Sports Magazine Cup. Rugby School Under-14s up against, he's got Giffen Glantaf from Wales. Do come and join us for that one. That should be an incredibly special occasion.
Straight again, guys. Sorry.
Line out not straight, so we'll have a scrum.
You go for scrum. Crouch. Line. Set.
Market Harborough. But in, we've seen a couple of good performances from Market Harborough today. One of those sides that's impressed, and impressing still. Storming through goes the number 6. Sends the pass to his mate wearing 20, who had to stop and retreat and gather the ball, but still had the pace and wherewithal. A fine runner he may be, but the drop goal perhaps not part of his Arsenal. So it was an unusual shape on the pass, but it mattered not. And that jab there. In for Market Harbour's third try of this first half. And Wooden Spoon send the kick in. Now we've seen a couple of great tries from these situations with slightly weary chases from the kicking side. And we're seeing a bit of space here for Market Harbour in exactly that scenario. A slightly weary chase, and they are going to return that kick with fire. If there is a lesson we're all learning out here, it is that in Vet Sevens, either don't kick or kick and get a serious chase in. And he asked for the old substitution, and you know what, no wonder. A full 80-meter sprint, that. Simple stuff. The chase was just too tired, and he's able to just stroll home in the end and then trot off for a very, very well earned rest. 24-0 now, Market Harbour lead. Kick-off claimed by Wooden Spoon, but the ruck is well, I'm not entirely sure what. Something. Either way, Wooden Spoon have emerged with the ball. Oh, and a fearsome handoff. Oh, he's almost propelled himself too far forward with the handoff. It was too good. And the ball's broken loose. Oh, this is going to be tragic for Wooden Spoon. Oh, I think the 14 has done himself an injury as well. I mean, if ever there was a vet sequence of play, we've just seen it there. A handoff that was too powerful even for the man giving it, followed by a spilled ball, and as he brilliantly pounced upon it and broke free, he's gone and done his quad. Oh, well, that's Vets Rugby, ladies and gentlemen, and it is tough. And I think they've just decided not to bother with the conversion. 29-0 Market Harbour lead. Look again at this. That handoff was just so powerful that it almost gave him too much momentum. Couldn't quite keep his feet. Tried to get the offload away. Didn't go to hand. The 14 here brilliantly just stabs the ball through. Picks it up excellently. And if the chase had stayed on, they'd have got him, because as he's fully straightened up, his quad's gone. Oh, torture for him. Half time then, Market Harbour leading Big Spoon, one of the two Wooden Spoon sides. 29 points to 0 here at Rugby School. We're ready to go for the second half. Wooden Spoon kickoff goes straight to Market Harbour arms. Market Harbour took a 29-0 lead into the half-time break, and they could be about to make that 35, scorching through, goes to 12. Oh, there's a man in the backfield. Where did he come from? I don't know what's happened there. Extreme sweeping from Wooden Spoon. I think he might have just been having a laugh. I think he's actually having a rest and is off the field, but just thought he'd come on and entertain everyone a little bit. That's the spirit of the occasion here. He was never going to make it, don't you worry. Just a bit of fun and games here in the spirit of the competition. $36-0 then, Market Harbour leading. And people are getting tired out there, let me tell you. It's been a long, long morning of sevens. I'm not quite sure what we're going to see in the afternoon, because there are going to be some teams that are really getting quite jaded. We could see some basketball style games, end to end, high scoring. And Spoon looking to enter into that spirit here. And we saw this in an earlier game from Wooden Spoon, where they do like to pick and go, play a sort of 15-a-side style. And here we see it again. Tap penalty, just a straight charge. Ball spilled through contact, and away they go for what will be their first try of the game. A well-deserved try, and a well-deserved try scorer as well. This man's been one of their stars all day long, and especially in this game. He's had some fantastic moments. Not that one, but with the ball in hand, he's had some good moments. Well, they went to their direct playbook. Ball was actually ripped clear in the tackle, but fell into the arms of this man, who gratefully accepted and charged home. £36 points to 5 then, Big Spoon trail. Market Harbour, the black shirts in the lead.
No, that's gone backwards.
Gather the kickoff at the second attempt. And to spread it, there's a bit of space here on the right hand side. Again, as I keep saying, there are some tired bodies out there now. And if ball starts going to hand, it is so hard to keep up. It's actually really well dealt with though by the Wooden Spoon man, who was... Market Harbour has surely got a Wooden Spoon rather, has surely got a penalty coming here. That ruck had all sorts going on. The Wooden Spoon did really well there in what was a threatening situation. Market Harbour looked odds on for a score.
Start with guys. Scrum down. Just take it here, gents.
We're going to have a scrum. I can't quite believe we've not come back for a penalty advantage from that previous breakdown. Not sure Wooden Spoon can either. It's all laughs out there though. Everyone enjoying themselves.
Okay, guys, just a fraction over.
Referee trying to run the rule here at the scrum time. Let me tell you, these are two sides that really fancy a scrummage. Ball comes through. Still, it baffles me that Wooden Spoon have got their biggest man on the field not in the scrum. As Market Harbour
I thought that was fine.
Play through for another try. Very tidy conversion as well. It's them a 43-0 lead. Let me see it here. Ball popped out of the scrum. Number 10 shrugs off his opposite scrum half, steps back inside, falls over. But his man in support is there and gets a lovely, just one-handed scoop pass out to his left-hand side for the 18, who's able to run in unopposed. Here we go. This is what we want to see. Go on. A big carry as the rain suddenly arrives with a vengeance. May perhaps suit the Wooden Spoon style. Unorthodox pass there. Does find its intended target though. Wind and the rain just howling in all of a sudden. Tough on everyone. Referees, I think he's awarding a penalty to Market Harbour here. Hard to say, he had his hand out one way and then the other. Market Harbour look like they think it's coming their way. And it is, penalty Market Harbour. Oh, and a stab through. Oh, well, I said earlier, never kick. but it's never quick, with a few butts associated. And Market Harborough are surely going to get themselves to the half century here.
This is what we came for, guys. Yeah.
They are indeed. 50 they reach. And you can see he's pointing, he's instructing everyone where to run around him. And he stabs it in for Market Harborough to cross the whitewash again. They've enjoyed themselves out there. And that is full time as the rain comes driving down, and this time it looks as though it's settling in to stay. Full time, Market Harborough 50, Big Spoon 5. And up next, it's Big Spoon's sister team, Little Spoon, that are coming out to play against Old Laurentians. That one beginning in 2 minutes' time.
Coming up, games at 2:20. Over on OBS, we have Little Spoon against the Old Laurentians. And on Fun Time, we've got the Barbarians against Pathway.
Join us again here on Old BIGSIDE with the rain absolutely hammering down. It is wet, windy, miserable and cold. But the rugby is keeping us all entertained, and so too the spirit of this competition, celebrating 200 years of the game of rugby football, and 40 years indeed of Wooden Spoon, the charity that this Vets Sevens Festival is in support of. And on the field at the moment we have Little Spoon, who have just kicked off in the red, white, green and blue hoops, up against Old Laurentians, who are in the gold and blue. Old Laurentians, who we saw just a couple of games ago against Pathway, having an absolute blinder of a game. So we know what they're capable of. Little Spoon, though, have shown us some glimpses of their talents as well. What can they do to upset the Old Laurentians' apple cart? Well, we may find that things get a little bit more direct in this game than they have been, although Nicky Little's quite happy to keep playing through the legs. Such is the weather, and actually such is the tiredness now that is creeping up on every team. It's, well, what are we, approaching 2:30. Most teams have played 4 games now. There are some bodies that have been put through the ringer today, and probably more so than they have been in a few years. I suspect a lot of these sides have not exactly been regulars in recent times. Wooden Spoon ripped that one clear in the tackle. Old Laurentians win it back. And this is where they can be particularly dangerous in these broken field situations. Little Spoon do well just to reorganise their defence and get into shape. Old Laurentians move it out wide. It is so wet out there. Old Laurentians hack through. Chases on. Can he control it? No, I'm not sure he can. I'm not sure he can, and you know what? That was oh so difficult to control. It is so slippery out there. Ball just wouldn't quite sit how he wanted it, and the post didn't help much either. So we restart with a 22, and it's been taken quickly, and Little Spoon are well, as we've seen before, going for the direct approach, and why not? The weather is closed in. Nicky Little, he's always going to put a bit of width on it, isn't he? But his mates might decide to come back in to the tight side, and that they do. Don't be surprised if you see a pick and go at some point. That one, though, is just stabbed through, but I think it'll be a penalty because that's kicked through at the ruck. It is indeed. Old Laurentians just having to have the law book explained to them a little bit there by the referee. Quite right in his decision. Little Spoon. I've just seen a sub come on in all haste there. And there he is down the right hand side, and it's the man we spoke to on Saturday, Matt from Wooden Spoon, who spoke so eloquently about Wooden Spoon's charitable deeds, but showing there that they can do a little bit on the field as well. A lovely score for Wooden Spoon. Certainly taking his time over the conversion, which I think goes to what we were saying earlier about just how tired everyone is. Good pace down that right hand side as well. Fantastic pace. It just evades the attempted tap tackle. Be able to get Wooden Spoon with a cheeky kickoff, but Old Laurentians are wise to it, but then spill the ball loose, so Wooden Spoon have it available again. Big old dummy. Bit of space down the right now. Bit of pace down the right as well. have been space on the left. They could have moved the ball to it just a little more tidily. There still yet might be. Big pass out to the far side, cutting back against the grain, but throwing the intercept. And the big kick downfield. Is it going to stay infield? Yes, it is. Wooden Spoon get back for it. And we've seen so often that these kick returns can be so dangerous. Little Spoon still going. Keeping the ball alive really nicely here. That one's a tricky one to pick up, but manages to do so. Going to look back down here on this left-hand side. I knew exactly what that man was going to do as soon as he got the ball. Direct running is his modus operandi. I think he's hurt himself in the process. And he's not the first vet to go down with a muscular issue today. Bit of a delay here as the paramedics come on field and just assess. That's the half-time hooter, and the referee's decided that that's exactly what he's going to call here, half-time. So as we head into the break, Little Spoon have the lead 7-0 against Old Laurentians. Back underway, two good sides here. Little Spoon, one of the two Wooden Spoon sides, in possession and kicking the ball long up against Old Laurentians. Little Spoon leading 7 points to 0. That kick has found an amazing touch, and it's going to be a 50-22 as well. Absolutely superb. Referee hasn't given the 50-22 though. Perhaps they don't exist in sevens. I need to dust up on my law book. We need our Next Gen 15 resident sevens expert Joe Burns here to tell us about that one. Banana kick now. Well, we're seeing more kicking than we used to. Hey, before that exciting kick came in, I was telling you who Little Spoon were playing against, which is Old Laurentians, who've had some fantastic performances so far today, but have a bit of work to do here. 7-0 down. I'll have a scrum to start doing that work from. That rain, another passing shower. The wind remains high, but for now the rain has moved on. shout out to our two cameramen, Jaden and Muji, who have been up there in the rain all day long, battling the elements to bring you this live coverage of the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens. Another scrum, Old Laurentians ball. Spoon make it difficult, but Old Laurentians come away with it. They're, I'm not sure where they're going, but they tackle. Ball squirts loose and into the hands of Wooden Spoon, and Wooden Spoon are going to get their second try of the game. Pouncing on the error and scoring in front of that incredible backdrop that is the supporters village and the main school buildings here at Rugby School. Really is one of the most picturesque schools in all the country. A massive tackle coming in there. Ball squirts loose and Wooden Spoon able just to seize upon it and scorch through. Can Old Laurentians find a way back in? Well, it's been intercepted by Nicky Little for Little Spoon. Puts in a massive clear out as well. We've got a maul situation here. I don't see a lot of mauls in sevens, but we've got one here all right. And it's actually been ripped clean through from it by Old Laurentians. They've got a chance here to counter if they can move the ball to space. There is some space here on this left-hand side. And racing away down the left-hand side they go, cutting back in now. Tiredness had set in a little bit there. Now, well, can they find a bit of space on the other side? Ball is fed through to the 13, who's been a real live wire. Now the number 10. Passes it through to the number 5, who's going to find a way to stroll away, and the comeback is on for Old Laurentians. Conversion is made as well. 7 points the difference. Laurentians. Can they do it? Or can Wooden Spoon hold off the comeback? They're going to kick it. Now we've seen that that can be dangerous. It's all about the chase here on that kick. Is it organised? Is it in one piece? And there we go, it is. And that's the lesson that's been learned today. If you're going to kick, you've got to get that chase on, because we have seen so many tries scored against a disorganised chase. That time, Wooden Spoon have really made it work for them and come blasting through that ruck as well, and they've created a turnover. Brilliant play. Everything they could have hoped for from that kick and more, and even more. They go bursting through and they're going to score another try. 3 tries. That's great rugby from Wooden Spoon. Absolutely fantastic. Conversion as well. 21 points to 7, and that pretty much ends the hopes of a comeback for Old Laurentians. Under a minute left to play. Lovely finish. Lovely try all round from Wooden Spoon. They kick off into the 22. We're into the final play now. Old Laurentians think about going between the legs and instead take the more direct route to get the ball out wide. Now they're just going to push around this outside, but tackled into touch, and that will be that. Little Spoon take the victory. 21 points to 7 against Old Laurentians. A really tidy performance that from the Wooden Spoon side. And we are now heading towards the final game of these group stages. And it's going to be one of the star teams of this entire tournament so far, Stockport Rugby Club, that are taking on Big Spoon at 2:40 this afternoon. And then at 3 o'clock we move into the knockouts, which, a reminder, the top 2 from each group play in the semi-finals of the competition. Meanwhile, everyone else just takes on their counterpart finisher from the opposite group. So, Stockport against Big Spoon coming up at 2:40. Join us for the final game of the group stages here at the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens. Stockport in the white on the left of your screens, up against Big Spoon in the red, blue, green and white hoops. Big Spoon, one of the 2 Wooden Spoon charity teams. Stockport have been arguably the class of the field in this tournament so far. Now we do have a team sheet for Stockport, but unfortunately, what with them having to reverse their shirts here, we're going to be playing a bit fast and loose with it because we haven't got numbers now. I can tell you what though, that is Jamie Anthony collecting the ball. Anthony has been in try scoring form all day, and he continues to be right at the start of this final game. His kicking's been all right as well, and it's a good one again there. Well, he'd always talked a good game with Jamie Anthony, and it turns out he wasn't lying. Another in the Stockport side that works in the sports touring industry. Does a fantastic job of it as well, I'm sure. Many of you watching come across him in your rugby travels. Big spoon, and they respond. Instead, the ball is back in the hands of Stockport. Been brilliant all day, and they're scorching through again. Oh, Stockport. Oh, they are loving life on the close. They are going to take some stopping. But, of course, the thing to remember here is it is not just about the rugby. The fundraising is a key element as well. So not until everything is done will we know who has won this competition, because the fundraising is given an equal weighting to the rugby in terms of judging the winners. Your finishing place in terms of the rugby and your finishing place in terms of fundraising are both added together and divided by 2 to give you your average position, and it is that average position that will determine the winners and the losers. And if you are level with another team, the difference maker will be the charitable fundraising side. Stockport already 2 tries to the good, and they're going to be 3 tries to the good here. A firm handoff allows them through and under the posts, and I believe that is Freeman Payne has got across the line. Hails from Zimbabwe, went to Rondas Bosch Boys High in Cape Town. There's a whopping 300 caps for Waterloo. Stockport with the kick-off. Oh, it's brilliantly controlled on the foot. That is a brilliant score. Try of the day in many ways for pure skill from Stockport Rugby Club. Finished off, conversion landed. Brilliant footballing skills from Stockport. (28-0) they lead. They are enjoying this final game of these pool stages out here on Old BIGSIDE, and they could be away for another once again from the kickoff, showing great control with the feet and crossing the line again. 5 tries, and we're not even 5 minutes old yet. Conversion misses, but we are seeing a very good side here in Stockport Rugby Club. 33-0 they now lead. After that, their 5th try of the game. Ripped clean by Big Spoon, but knocked on in the process. Well, we're moving to that stage of the day where you start to think about the runners and the riders. We've seen every team now here on the live stream on Old BIGSIDE 1 here at the close at Rugby School. As Jamie Anthony is the latest to try and show off his footballing skills, and showing them off very nicely indeed. Oh my word, has he managed to hang on to that? That's a brilliant piece of handling, if he has done, and the referee is saying he has done. That is, well, from almost disaster to highly executed skill from Jamie Anthony. Conversion doesn't quite go, but that was sublime bit of handling from Jamie Anthony there. As I was saying though, we're moving into that stage of the day where we're starting to think about which teams are likely to be in the mix. Certainly the side we're seeing here at the moment, Stockport Rugby Club, are well within the mix, probably the favourites at this point. Little Spoon have impressed. Market Harbour have been very good. Old Rugbyans could be in with a shout as well. A number of teams that have put their hands up. But this Stockport side are going to take some beating by the look of things so far. 38-0 they lead. We're not yet at half time, although we will be when this ball runs out into touch. And in touch it is, and half time it is. And at half time, Stockport lead Big Spoon 38 points to 0 here in the final game of the group stages. Underway again, and straight from the kickoff, Wooden Spoon send the kick downfield. Doesn't find touch though, so they've got to be careful here about keeping their shape against what could be a very dangerous Stockport counter-attack. Stockport playing it patient so far, but that dummy has given them some space here. Another dummy as they look to the outside, just slowing the feet up, playing it back in field, and there's surely going to be some space on this left-hand side. easing into it very gently. Stockport. And it's just allowed Wooden Spoon the time to get their defence organised. But for how long? Not too long. As Stockport move the ball from the centre field to the right-hand side, and as they do so, the space opens up, and they're away for their first score of the second half to take them out to a 43-0 lead that will surely become 45 with this conversion, and duly does. Stockport, that's a great kickoff, high and hanging, but claimed really nicely by Big Spoon as well. We're going to go direct to try and burst through the middle here. Still on, they go. Pulled down eventually on the halfway line. And another kick comes in, and this time though, it could come to something. In fact, I think it's going to be a 50-22. Was he just inside his half when he kicked it? I think he was. Touch judge is currently signalling that it will be a Big Spoon put in. The referee, what's he saying? Sorry, the touch judge was signalling it would be a Stockport put in, and Stockport put in is what we're going with. Bit of debate as to who will actually be doing it, but we know the team. It's Ben Robertson that throws in, and Robertson feeds it out. Stockport get a bit intricate on their try line, and it almost leaves them coming unstuck, but they just about managed to tidy it up. Move it back towards this near side. Now step back in, and there could be a bit of space through the middle here. And through the middle they are flying along. The chase is coming in. But I don't think it's going to get there. No, it's not. And that is the half century for Stockport. Some side, this northwestern side, they are having a bit of a day here. Stockport with another one of those towering kickoffs. It's claimed again really well by Big Spoon, but the tackle comes in and the ball is ripped clear through the tackle by Stockport. And put some width on it now. And now they just carve through the middle again, and it is all coming oh so easy to Stockport. You are once again demonstrating that they are surely the side to watch in the knockout stages of this competition. 10 tries they've scored in this one. Going at a try a minute here, almost. Kickoff claimed by Big Spoon though, and a big barreling charge of a run, but then the ball is spilled loose and Stockport are going to have a free play here to try and conjure another score. Just waltzing through the defence they go. Almost too many options. They've slowed it right down once again. And then Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Not the best pass. Let's go with that. Almost playing a bit like Arsenal in the late 2000s, trying to score the perfect try rather than the try that's available. Big Spoon trying to make some inroads. We're getting towards the close of the game here. Is there a chance for Big Spoon to be able to score a try? Well, not yet, there won't be, because Stockport have ripped that one clear in the tackle, and there is nobody that can stop them on that right-hand side. Oh, what is going on here? Andrew Loughlin just showing that he's still got a bit of that fancy footwork from his Ulster Schools days. Gets across the try line, sends over a wobbly conversion, and that is 66 for Stockport, and there's time yet for the kickoff. It really could go at a point. 10 points every 2 minutes, I think is what I was trying to say. Kick doesn't go 10 though. Big Spoon. I decide to play it. Why not? Let's play it. The hooter goes. Final play of the game. Can Big Spoon get the score? It's what everyone wants to see, except perhaps Stockport. Will they oblige? They've pounced on the loose ball there. But it's a penalty to Stockport. Now the question is, do they want to finish things off with a try themselves, or do they want it off the field? Well, it looks as though they want to play, and it looks as though they are going to score. It's going to be 71 for Stockport. It could well be 73 if he makes this conversion. The chase comes in. It's all good-natured out there. You gotta love it. You have got to love it. Conversion is landed. Final whistle goes, and Stockport, as they have done all day, send down a marker that says, we are the team to beat here. Who can do it? Final score, Stockport 73, Big Spoon 0. Up next, the knockout stages. So a bit of maths to be done, and then we will be back with you for those knockout stages that are due to begin, in fact, 20 seconds ago. So we'll work out what's going on there. Back with you very shortly.
Playoff game will begin at 3:20, just under 20 minutes time now. The semi-finals on OBS will have Stockport taking on Little Spoon. So Stockport versus Little Spoon at 3:20 on OBS. And on Contine, It'll be Wild Dog against Market Harborough. Those are the two semi-finals. While there is a little break in proceedings, don't forget you can visit our food and beverage area, where the merchants are selling the specially brewed 1823 Golden Ale, and Origin are running tastings of the 1823 Old BIGSIDE Gin, both of which we created to celebrate the 200-year anniversary. We've also got down there Gallagher's Wine, selling wine by the bottle and the glass, and we have Bad Boy Burgers and Wandering Pizza. Also get yourself an ice cream. In the Hexagon tent you'll find Food, our charity partner, and Laser Monkey, who will laser engrave and press onto your boots for a donation of £5. You'll also find stores with parts pink banners especially for the 200-year anniversary, as well as commemorative pin badges and key rings. Don't forget that there are team pages on the Just Giving site. You can visit your team page on Just Giving and donate towards the Wooden Spoon and 1823 Bursary. There will be a winner declared at the end of the day, which team has been the best at fundraising. So do support your team to try and win that race. Okay, just 5 minutes to go until our semi-finals. On OBS, we'll have Stockport taking on the Little Spoon team, and on Pontines, we'll have Wild Dog taking on Market Harborough. Then at 3:40, we'll have Richmond against a combination of the Barbarians and the Big Spoon, and that will be on OBS. And also at 3:40, AEI will take on Pathway. Then the final round of games at 4 o'clock, we'll have our final on OBS, and on Pontines, we'll have the Old Rugbyans against the Old Laurentians. If we could have our teams for the semi-finals making their way towards the pitches, that'd be great. we have the Little Spoon team onto OBS, ready for the game, please.
Right, welcome back to the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens here on the close at Rugby School. And we have reached the semi-final stage here on the live stream on old BIGSIDE. We've got Little Spoon, one of the two Wooden Spoon charity teams here today, up against Stockport. And over you can just see in the background on Pontines, which is pitch 2, see in the lime green Wild Dogs are going up against Market Harborough in the black shirts. So the winner of these two games will meet in the final, which is coming up at 4 o'clock. But here in the semi-final we are underway and Stockport are in possession, and Jamie Anthony in particular in possession right in this moment. And Anthony is off to a bit of a flying start, and Anthony straight from the kickoff. Well, he did it in the last game against the sister side of this Little Spoon team, and he has started the semi-final in some style, as have his team. The dummy on the inside, and then just has enough pace to work to an outside shoulder, and Stockport are in. Can Little Spoon respond? They've got the players to do it. We've seen some flashes of brilliance from them through the day. Set up a big maul there, or semi-maul. Nicky Little fires it out to the right wing. Steps inside. Up almost to the halfway line. Get the ball back and out nice and quick. Bouncing pass, but that doesn't matter. It's got to where it wants to. I think he was hoping for someone to cut a line on the inside. I always think when you're the ball carrier, it's better to react to what's happening around you rather than telling everyone else where to run. People don't often, especially once they're as tired as they are now, respond to the hand signals. And let me tell you, the players are tired now, tired beyond belief. It is been a long day. There's been a few long lunches in amongst it as well. Little Spoon. A bit of a surge here. Stockport trying to rip the ball clear, but the tackle is now made. But then they managed to steal the ball on the floor. That's really smart work. But then as it's ripped clear, it's loose again, and Little Spoon have the ball. Doing a good job of keeping it alive. But that time, it's knocked on, and we'll have first scrum of this semi-final. It looks as though in the other semi-final, Wild Dogs have just scored.
Bench! Bind! Set!
Stockport moving the ball from right to left. That one just spilled though. Ben Robertson just couldn't quite hold on to that one as the rain comes in again. And every time we think this rain has finally drifted on, it comes sweeping back in. Little Spoon looking unbothered by it at the moment though, as they seek to come back from that early Jamie Anthony try for Stockport. Little Spoon making a bit of headway through the middle. Competition on the floor is rife here. He's had a lot of bites of the cherry there, but he's eventually managed to get the ball away, and Stockport, they could have got that pass away. It was on, fly hacked through though, and there could be a chance here for a second try. How's the pickup? Oh, he went for the one-handed glory pickup. And it's so nearly worked. So nearly, but just knocked on. And it'll be a scrum down. Little Spoon ball.
Bench! Bind! Set! Put it in, please.
Ball at the back. Little Spoon trying to find a play, and Nicky Little, the man to try and find it, but his offload is not forward. Or not backwards, says the referee. So we play on. Little Spoon now decide to put the kick in. Doesn't get too far because they are into that fierce gale. And Stockport just with a chance here to regather, see if there's anything on. You can see there how slippy it is underfoot. Doing well to hold on to possession, and now there's a bit of space here through the middle, and now they are going to be away for that second try. The chase is on, but it's not going to get there. And Stockport have their second try of this semi-final. Conversion slaps off the post, but just creeps over. And Stockport go 14-0 up. And it's that man again. Oh, this is the first try actually, isn't it? We see a replay here of Jamie Anthony. This is the score that opened the action right at the start of the game, and Anthony gave his side the perfect response, and they've just added to it with a second to go 14-0 in front.
Backwards.
Loose ball bobbling this way and that. Oh, and the goose step comes in. How's he pace? Well, he ran out of it a little bit, but his footwork's good enough to keep the ball alive and keep it in Stockport hands. And they're going to run in unopposed here. for a third try of the semi-final.
Play it. Send them to me in a minute.
Conversion goes wide. Referee's just going to have a quick chat with a couple of players. We see here. Realised he wasn't going to get there, so cut inside. And it's a yellow card, by the way, at half-time.
We'll find it over half-time.
To one of the Stockport players, I believe.
I can't repeat it.
Just a little bit of chat, but it's all laughs out there. Jamie Anthony and the referee just having a bit of a giggle. And at half-time here in the semi-final, Stockport are leading 19 points to 0 against Little Spoon. Stockport putting themselves in a strong position to reach that final. And just to keep you abreast of the setup for the remaining games today, after this one, we've got Richmond against a combined team now of the Barbarians and Big Spoon. They've pooled their resources as we get into these knockout games. And then at 4 o'clock, it's the final. And it'll be one of Stockport or Little Spoon up against one of Wild Dogs or Market Harbour. That will be at 4 o'clock. In the meantime, in the semi-final at half-time, it's Stockport 19, Little Spoon 0.
No.
Back underway. We had a little delay there where we found a ball rather. Stockport almost managed to seize that one and run in for the intercepted try, but we're playing advantage to Little Spoon for the knock on, and I think we'll be going back for the scrum there. A reminder that Stockport lead Little Spoon 19 points to 0. Stockport are in the white. Oh, we didn't come back for the advantage. Advantage was over. Stockport took the line out quickly, and Jamie Anthony's in for his second. Stockport in for their fourth. Well, that caught us off guard. I think it caught Little Spoon off guard. And I think it caught 5 of the 7 Stockport players off guard as well. As Anthony lands the conversion. 26-0, they go up, despite being down to 6 players. We see here, they were walking away until they realised that, in fact, they were able to play.
Oh, it's half time, of course.
Little Spoon, can they turn this one around and reach the final? They're going to have to do something pretty special here if they're to turn it around. But this isn't a bad way to start. They're away, and they could be away for a try. The chase is going to come in, but it's not going to come in with too much pace. Stockport not having it all their own way. Little Spoon respond immediately to that try with a try of their own. And a great try it was too.
My touch judge is doing doing that. He should be coming back on now. He is. Gents, back 10, please.
We're back up to 7 aside. But the deficit's been narrowed, 26-7. Could we have a comeback on the cards? That kick is launched forwards and we could have a comeback on the cards. Little Spoon trying to make the run through. They're going to get across the line for a second try in as many plays. And hello, what's going on here?
Bounce 10. So we play on.
Conversion is good, and from 26-0 it's suddenly 26-14, and Little Spoon are in with a chance here.
I believe so, yeah.
See the replay here, the kick didn't go 10, it launched forward though off the bounce, bounced a second time into the hands of the Little Spoon player, but it had gone beyond 10 by then, so that's all fine. Pass comes in and he's away, and we have a real game on our hands here. This kickoff bounces out into touch, so we'll have a Stockport line out, but suddenly things were looking very rosy, weren't they, for Stockport? But suddenly that final place is under a bit of threat here from Little Spoon, and they've pinched the line out as well. Ball comes off the referee, so they'll have a scrum, but I don't think they'll mind too much about that. They've got a powerful front row.
Sometimes those lines just come back to me.
Game on here on BIGSIDE, or Old BIGSIDE I should say. One of the two pitches here on the close. Old BIGSIDE and Pontines semi-finals running simultaneously, and that final coming at 4 o'clock. Wild Dogs and Market Harbour in the other one as Little Spoon have a little dart here. Another try here, and the cat really is among the pigeons. Tackle is made, ball comes back on Little Spoon's side, tipped on, could they be away in the corner here? Step back inside as the drift comes in. Oh, that was nearly very special. Knocked backwards though. Ball stays alive for Little Spoon. They're giving it a go here. Through they go now, big contact, that could be pinched. Not quite off their feet, so they go, no, referee says it's fine. So now Stockport will have a chance to play out from inside their own 22. I think he's not too sure he's got the gas to go around the outside, and the defender's not too keen to put pressure on, so we're going at half pace here. If that, he's just run out into touch, he's lost his bearings entirely. So Little Spoon, go quick. What on earth is happening here on Old BIGSIDE? Never has this pitch seen anything quite so bizarre as the last 30 seconds of action, as Stockport now go through and probably do enough here. They score the try, and it's probably enough
So for the next round
to
of
seal this
we will
final
have
up.
On OBS,
Well, I don't know how to
taking on the
describe that last few minutes of
Barbarians.
play to you.
And on Pontines, we'll have AEI taking on
Quite
Pathway.
extraordinary.
Those games due to kick off just as soon as this one finishes.
Stockport had run out into touch.
After that, at 4 o'clock, we'll have the final, which is
Little
between
Spoon took the
Stockport
line out
and the
quickly,
Wild Dogs.
but then
After the
Stockport
final,
pounced
we'll
upon
have
it,
a set of presentations taking place.
and the referee's blown
including
the full-time
tournament
whistle.
winners and the fundraising winners. But also, every player will get a commemorative medal.
And so it all
made
finishes up
especially
with
for the celebration
Stockport
of the 200-year anniversary.
sealing the game with that
William
try
Weatherly
for a
before his
33-14
arms
victory against Little Spoon, and Stockport are into the final, where they will meet either Wild Dogs or Market Harbour, and that final will be coming up at 4 o'clock. Before then though, we've got a playoff between Richmond and the combination side of the Barbarians, and Big Spoon, the sister side of this Little Spoon side, both representing the Wooden Spoon charity, the children's charity of rugby. But it's Stockport that are into the final, many people's favourites after a cracking group stage, and they have proven just why, winning 33 points to 14 here against Little Spoon. join us again at the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens, where we have Richmond Heavies, who's the Richmond Vets side, up against a combination of the Big Spoon side and the Barbarian side from earlier on. The weary bodies have left a couple of teams short-handed, so they've combined for this final game of the day for these two, just so that they get a game. And why not? Building up here towards the big crescendo at 4 o'clock. We'll see the final. So Stockport earn their place in that final. We're just getting word to us shortly about what happened in that other semi-final. In the meantime, we are underway and Richmond are off to a bit of a flyer.
Touch there on the bib, it's a touch.
I think we might be playing touch rugby.
So I didn't know that was a... So I think it's tap and a pass. Right, because it's got underage female, if they just touch. I'm calling it, I will see it. Okay, so just a touch. 2 hands, it'll be 2 hands.
So it looks like we're playing...
tap and a pass. No, because we didn't know.
Looks like we're playing touch rugby. Due to the number of casualties, we've got some underage players in the mix and a couple of female players in the team as well.
Touch! Tap them! Touch! That's fine, we'll play that. Touch! There you go. That's fine. We'll play.
And Richmond are going to score the first try of the game. I'm trying to work out the rules just as quickly as you are, but it looks like two-handed touch is what we're playing. I'm trying to establish if that's what we're playing all the time or just when it's those in the yellow bibs that are involved in contact. We will we'll try and get something to you as soon as possible on that. Listening intently on the ref's microphone to try and stay clear on what's going on out there. One way or another, it's great to see teams out on the field enjoying themselves. That's what
just look at me, I'll tell you when.
This year, this tournament and this game is all about. It's getting people out on the field playing this game that has existed for 200 years now. That's the reason we're all here. Well, we're not playing touch with this man, that's for sure. I think we've established we're playing touch only with those in the yellow vests. Extraordinary action out here.
Touch! Yeah, just pass, play it off. There you go. That's fine.
Kick long. Richmond herring after it. Could they be here for a second try of the game? How's the pickup? It's okay. And good to see that that man has recovered from that huge hit against Old Rugbyans earlier on today. So I think we could safely say that it's only those in yellow bibs that are playing touch. Everyone else is very much playing full contact. Good luck to the referee on managing that, but so far doing a good job. It was just hoofed long from Richmond. Oh, it was rolling and rolling and rolling, and he managed to just grab a hold of it at the last. 2 tries for Richmond in this, their final game of the day. Kick off. Will it go 10? Does go 10. There's space on this right hand side as well.
Forward pass, thank you.
A forward pass, so we'll have a scrum down.
Okay. Yeah.
Big spoon ball.
No, he's fine. He doesn't look under 18. Can never tell these days. No, you can't. It's 2023, gents. Don't judge. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Big Spoon
Ball's
put in.
out.
Ball comes out of the scrum.
Touch! Tackle!
Spoon.
Roll away, tackler!
Take it into contact.
Yeah, pay on. Pass was made. Touch! Yeah, so pay. Not bad. Touch! Touch goal.
Richmond working down the left-hand side.
Touch!
Touch is made by the girl on the far side. And then a big
High
tackle
and
comes in,
offside.
but it's high and it's offside. It's got everything wrong with it. But Richmond keep playing. Is there an opening for a third score? There may just be.
Flat, flat, flat!
And it's a second try for the number 14. 3 tries for Richmond.
Okay, that's fine. My call, I'll own it.
5.5 minutes through. Conversion doesn't go. We see the replay here. It was the penalty for the high tackle and the offside. Quickly given to the 14, who goes against convention and just strolls across sideways on the pitch. Knows he can create an overlap. And then just goes on the loop around his mate to collect the pass and score the try to send his team 19 points to 0 ahead. Now we're into the final play, I think. Kick is stabbed through by the young man in the orange vest, the green vest. Richmond trying to stop Big Spoon. Big Spoon.
Tackle, release 11! Hands out, no!
Now,
Hands out!
how does a ruck work if no one's allowed to tackle you? Oh, it's confusing out there, and you can see that the players are a tad confused by it as well, but they're trying their best. We're playing rugby, and that's what it's all about. Half-time hooter has gone, so the next error will see the game pause for half-time.
No,
Wind is really coming in now.
8, yeah, but 8's in there at the side.
Penalty to Big Spoon.
Let's get around the back.
Big Spoon go fast.
Touch!
Touch is made. Big Spoon trying to find an opening. They take it
Tackle,
into contact.
release!
Ball goes loose. Penalty
Holding on there.
to Richmond. They go fast
Can't
now.
stop on the penalty, touch. Can't stop on the penalty. Touch.
Tackle made. Round the outside they go.
Okay, and in touch.
And into touch. And that will be half time. Richmond
What's that?
leading Big Spoon. 19 points to 0 in this, the penultimate game of the day here at the Rugby School Vets Charity Sevens. Well, second half we're ready to go. Richmond leading the Barbarians / Big Spoon, Wooden Spoon team. 19 points to 0. Richmond in possession there in their traditional gold, red and black. Just a reminder, if you're tuning in on this one, we're playing a bit of a hybrid rule situation. You see those two players in yellow bibs. They are playing touch rugby. Everyone else is playing contact rugby, other than when they're around those two players in the bibs, of course. Big Spoon playing direct. Touch is made. Big Spoon bouncing off tackles.
Leave it. Okay.
Big Spoon are on the charge. They're going to get their try. They struggled in the first half, but they've got a hang of this hybrid rules situation now and are across the try line. $19 points to 5. Conversion doesn't go. And he's been a superstar for this Big Spoon side all day. Just one pass out from the ruck. A big fend and enough leg drive and power to drag himself across the try line. Kickoff is sent long and there is space. Bounces out into touch, and that just shows you how strong the wind is. Absolutely flew off the boot. Over line out. 2 Richmond heavies inside the 22.
That's your mark, White. Tap middle.
The old one-handed 1970s style line-out throw. And it doesn't work out too well for them. In fact, it goes the way of Big Spoon, and Big Spoon are across the line for a second try. And do you think this wind is hard to play into? It may just be. 3 tries for Richmond in the first half, but immediately in the second half, Big Spoon, playing with the wind behind them, have got 2 quick scores. Conversion doesn't go again, but they have closed things to 19 points to 10. We see the replay here. The line out bounces loose. There's a bit of confusion. One of the non-tackled players does get tackled. Immediately the Richmond player acknowledges that he was just playing on instinct there.
Just making a change. Clock's off.
And Big Spoon managed to capitalise from that confusion and score the try. Not easy for these players on the hybrid rules. That kickoff is going to run dead though. So we're going to be going all the way back. It's going to be free kick to Richmond on the halfway line.
That's what I've done for the last 15 years of doing this. Especially at scrum time.
Referee may be guessing, but I can tell him he's given the correct decision.
Stay this pretty by scrummaging.
Slight worry that he's guessing at scrums, but we won't dive into that too far. In fact, we'll get a chance to see some of that scrummaging work as we line up for a scrum here. Onto that spillage. All in jest. He knows what he's talking about. He's been doing this for 15 years. Today's referee.
Bind. Set.
Oh.
Touch.
Hybrid touch rules here. It was supposed to be a 2-handed touch. It was just 1-handed there. And the young man in the yellow vest feeling a little aggrieved, but his team have made up for that for him by scorching through the heart of the Richmond defence to score their 3rd try of the game. Conversion as well. And suddenly we have a 2-point game.
Okay.
Brilliant line to cut through the middle. And it's game on. And again, they go for that long kick, knowing how difficult it is for Richmond to exit. Intelligent rugby this from Big Spoon. Got about 90 seconds left to play and there's just 2 points in it. And I'll tell you what, this is Vets Rugby. What chance of a drop goal attempt?
Yeah.
Don't rule it out. Line out, safely secured. First job done by Richmond. Big carry through the midfield there. Richmond trying to get their passes away.
Play on.
Staying composed here on their own 5-metre line. And now through they go. Big pass comes in, but he's cut back in towards the defensive players. There was space out wide if he could have got a shout from one of his mates.
Tackle.
Richmond with a spell of possession here. They've got the ball here on the floor, moving it out wide. Is there some space to run into? There is a little bit. The chase is on. Decides against it. Bodies everywhere at the moment. Defensive structure is a struggle now. Everyone is shattered. Tackles flying in though. Ball is stolen by Wooden Spoon. But I think stolen because there was an injury, so we're going to have a bit of a pause here.
It's all about safety. Not very charitable. However, that is full time now.
Oh, and the Big Spoon lose their chance to steal the game at the death. The final whistle goes in this penultimate game, and it finishes up Richmond 19, Big Spoon Barbarians combination side 17. And if that's a teaser for the sort of topsy-turvy nature we could get in the final as a result of this win that is completely turning this into a game where field position is everything, then it could make for a very interesting final. That final's coming up very, very shortly indeed, and details we will have with you in just a second. Final score here though, Richmond 19, Big Spoon 17.
Okay, last game of the day coming up on OBS. We've got the final now between the Wild Dogs and Stockport. Once again, the all spectators remain outside of the playing area, so outside of the very left to our floor, with the final between Stockport and the Wild Dogs. Thank you.
welcome back for the final of the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens. Wild Dogs against Stockport. These two have been the pick of the bunch right since the word go this morning. We are going to be in for a treat in the final. Looks as though it's going to be Wild Dogs to kick off there in the fluorescent green jerseys on the right hand side of the pitch. On the left hand side, Stockport, who are in the red, white and green hoops. And the kickoff doesn't go 10. So advantage Stockport from the off. They have a free kick on halfway into the hands of Anthony, who hands it infield and now further infield to Robertson. Robertson gets the ball again. And goes half through a gap. He's ghosting through. Will he be chased down? No, he won't. Cover comes in actually, and they have to respond to Justin Thomas, former Wales and GB Sevens man. Now Payne still going. He's been a real superstar today. And now Anthony, who's also stood out. Back to Thomas, who's tackled into touch. Wild Dogs escape that threatening defensive set.
Nothing quick, gents.
Line out to Wild Dogs. Wild Dogs win the line out, put some width on it. Ball doesn't go to hand, but reaches the destination, and there is still space out there on that left-hand side. Feeds the man inside. Big tackles come in. Clear out is made. Stabbed through by Wild Dogs, and there is space. How's the bounce? Sits up for him to pick up, but then pinched by Stockport, who just slow the pace down as they wait for a few players to retreat and get back on side with them. Anthony's one of them. He has the ball in his hands. Now he does the same. Puts the big pass out to the left-hand side.
It's come up off your foot, off your body. It's come forwards, gents.
Referee says that's come off the foot, off the body, and then gone forwards from Stockport. And so
Step up.
it'll be a Wild Dog scrum, and Stockport, you rather feel, need to take advantage of this wind in the first half, because it is that strong that despite this being sevens, it could make all the difference. Anthony just scoops up that ball that's been grubbered through by Wild Dogs and now sets off on one of those mazy little runs. Now feeds it further wide. There's space out on the left-hand side as they work it back now infield and up almost to the 10-metre line. Tom Hancock dancing around. And now Harry Trelawney. Big old tackle comes in and forces them into touch. We see some of the effects of the day's play on these players. Exhausting day it's been. Conditions have made it all the more so. It's been wet, it's been windy, it's been horrible. Everyone's had to work so hard. The pace of this game relaxed as these two feel each other out. High tackle, so we're playing penalty advantage to Wild Dogs. What can they do with it? Well, they're going to go direct and they're going to go physical. They get the offload away. Is there another in there? They've got that one away. Advantage is now over. Now they just settle. They need some players behind the ball. And well, he's probably rather wasted that with the kick in behind, although the all gets a bit feisty after that one. penalty to Wild Dogs.
Player 10, playing the player without the ball. Away.
Ben Robertson just tackling the man without the ball. Well, I said that that kick was maybe the wrong option, but as it's turned out, it's given
No afters, it's not acceptable. Okay?
Wild Dogs great field position and a play here where they can score against the wind, and trust me, any score against the wind is invaluable here today.
Leave it.
Wild Dogs. But the big pass out to the left-hand side, sits up one-on-one here with the last man, cuts back inside, now on the scissors. Last-ditch tackle is made. They keep the ball alive to Wild Dogs. American football style pass into the midfield, and there is a little bit of space in that midfield, and through they go almost. Stepping back in, how's the tackle? Just caught short. Wild Dogs are offloading off the floor. They have done so well there to keep the ball alive time and time again. Wonderful handling from Wild Dogs. And a glorious try into that wind that, as we've said, is so hard to play into. Conversion to come. And this being the final, they are taking it very seriously which one of the players takes it. And that is a 7-0 lead for Wild Dogs here in this final, and they've played almost the entire first half. That half a line break there created the opportunity, and then it was just offloads galore. Last ditch tackle came in, but he had the composure and the wherewithal just to pop it up off the deck. And in go Wild Dogs for the opening score of this final here in the Rugby School Vets Charity Sevens. Can Stockport respond from the kickoff? This is pretty much the last play of the first half. Big pass goes in, but it could be with some success. There's space out on the right-hand side, and they've got half an overlap, but he doesn't quite back his pace, so they just pull back in field. Huge tackle comes in from Wild Dogs. Stockport do really well to keep that on their own side. That is fantastic play under pressure from Stockport. And Anthony makes half a break. Has he got support? He's almost got support. Passed inside, but the defensive support is there as well. Can they find some space somewhere in the field in this, the very last play of the first half? Hancock has it.
Backwards.
Spilled backwards as he tried to find Robertson.
No hands.
Now
It's
Wild
out.
Dogs have got it, but the ball was out, says the referee, and Stockport have turned it back over, but it's knocked on, and that will be half-time here in the final of the Rugby School Vets Charity Sevens. And it is Wild Dogs that have the lead at half-time. They are beating Stockport Rugby Club 7 points to 0 in a tight and tense final here on the Close. We're ready to go for the second half. Stockport trying to hunt down Wild Dogs. who currently lead this final 7 points to 0 and are in possession here in their fluorescent green shirts. Big tackle coming in from Stockport though, who are in those red, white and green hoops. These two really have been the pick of the bunch all day. The correct final without any shadow of a doubt. We're being treated to a bit of a cracker. It's been a really even contest. Wild Dogs leading, having played that first half into a win that is probably worth a try or two, so they'll feel like they're in a really good position here. What have Stockport got in reserve for this second half? Both teams almost out on their feet. It's been an incredibly tough day of sevens action. As we're seeing things get tangled up a little bit in the tight situations there. Wild Dogs just trying to buy a bit of time. He wants his players to get behind him, but it is hard work to retreat. All loose, but stays in Wild Dogs' possession. Loose pass. And a forward pass, in fact. So we'll have a scrum down, Stockport ball, and an early chance here in this second half for them to try and engineer a try-scoring chance.
Only got a few seconds to turn up. Perfect, thank you. Wait for the call, gents. Bench! Bind!
Green, hold the
Set.
five! Green!
Take a step, take a step, take a step.
Stockport, clean ball from that scrum. Looking to find some space through the legs of Anthony, so he has to go chasing after it. Manages to, and then evades the tackle. Big fend, but the tackle still made. Gets the offload away though. And there could be space here on the right-hand side for Stockport. They move it out to that right-hand side, into the hands of Hancock, who's worked his way in field, gets the offload away to Payne. Now there could be space on the right if they can move the ball into it. Ball just spilled though. Referee's not seen it, I don't think.
Play 6.
But I think it's a yellow card, in fact, against Wild Dogs. Penalty to Stockport.
Don't mischaracterise it. The foot was there. Allow me to manage. You can.
Stockport. Can they push for a try? In this scenario, in the first half, Wild Dogs found a way across the line, and Stockport are able to find their way across the line as well. Ben Robertson, he's scored a hatful already today, and he's got one in the final.
It was for what came after.
Misses the conversion though. So his side are 2 points down, but they're a player up. And a player to the good could make all the difference here with this many tired bodies out on the field.
Behind the kicker, please. Bigger gap.
Restart
Thank
then,
you.
Stockport. They take a cheeky one and it goes 10, and Anthony grabs it and pops it back.
No.
The pop ends up in the hands of Tom Hancock, who gives the extravagant pass away to Anthony, who's tackled just shy of the line, pushes the ball backwards. Contest on the floor is rife, knocked forward by Stockport. Wild Dogs have possession, big clear out comes in, and we could see a yellow card here against Robertson. Deliberate knock on.
Yeah.
We will be playing 6 aside for a little bit here.
Penalty. Deliberate knock on.
A real chance that for Stockport though.
Serves keeping time.
And if Wild Dogs play their cards right, that could just be enough
Lower, please.
to have secured victory.
Don't let it slip up.
Wild Dogs move it to the left-hand side. Has a think about going around the outside and makes it around the outside. And this could be the final right here. Can he get underneath the posts? Can he get close enough for the conversion? It's going to be a tight one. The try puts them 12-5 up.
Which side are you taking it from?
Conversion to come.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank
And
you.
14-5 could make all the difference. It would mean Stockport need 2 scores. And they will. Conversion is good. 14-5. Wild Dogs go up.
There's the first.
Stockport must score twice if they are to win this Rugby School Vets Charity Sevens. A brilliant try
Thank you.
from Wild Dogs. Looked as though he wasn't really thinking about going on the outside. Then just threw the goose step and accelerated away. And that was all he needed to do, just to get round the outside man. And then it was a stroll in to finish.
I've got 1 minute 9 on the clock. Time.
1 minute left on the clock, says the referee. Wild Dogs kick long, sensibly. Telling Stockport to do this from inside their own half, and they might just fancy doing that from inside their own half. They're up to the halfway line and they're playing with penalty advantage. And at the next break in play, they'll be back up to 7 players. Anthony with the dummy and then puts the pass in, finds a bit of space. Deliberate knock-on, is it? No, just a regular knock-on. So they go back for the penalty advantage and the high tackle, which should mean they're back up to 7. They need the skipper to have a word with the referee and just let him know that they want their 7 players back in one place.
Thank you.
They are back up to 7. But they may well have run out of time on the clock. Anthony puts a kick in, and we are into the final play of the game. Stockport kick the ball forward, not into touch. So Stockport, Wild Dogs it was rather, that put the kick in. Stockport have one chance to find a score, but it's not going to be enough to engineer the victory. And in fact, the ball is spilled forward, and that is it. It's all over.
Game, gents. Well played.
Wild Dogs are the rugby champions here at the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens. The on-field champions without a shadow of a doubt. In terms of the overall title, well, that comes down to a combination of the action on the field and the fundraising action. So we will find out later on who's won that overall title. But in rugby terms, it has been all about Wild Dogs and Stockport today. They have been the 2 standout teams, and it has been Wild Dogs that have claimed the result in the final, beating Stockport 14 points to 5 to be the rugby champions here at the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens, the latest in the bicentenary celebrations, 200 years of the game of rugby football. Two sides cheer each other off the field, and as you can see on the back of the Wild Dogs shirt, the image of Nelson Mandela there. They are a team representing, well, the whole of Africa, but in particular South Africa, performing very, very well on the circuit as well. You'll be seeing plenty of them later on in the year here on Next Gen 15 when we head to the Super Sevens circuit. Lit Sevens, all of those Summer Sevens series. There are the champions, Wild Dogs. A fantastic day from them, and a brilliant final as well. The 2 teams that stood out above all others across the day here at Rugby School, and how fitting that the sunshine has come out at the end of the day's play. All over here then at Rugby School. The end of a fantastic weekend, fantastic bank holiday weekend of Sevens festival action. It all began on Friday with the under-9s, a brilliant tournament that. Saturday brought the under-11s and a day of glorious sunshine, one of the great days of these bicentenary celebrations. Sunday saw everyone retire home and catch up on some sleep. And then today, in the howling wind and the driving rain, came the Vets Charity Sevens, weather conditions that probably suited these vets. They didn't want to be playing out in the hot weather. And we were treated to a real spectacle of rugby. And when it all shook out, it was Wild Dogs that claimed the title. And so we finish up here at Rugby School with Wild Dogs, the rugby winners, here at the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens. We'll be back here with that magnificent backdrop rather. It's been a long day, I do apologise. We'll be back here with that magnificent backdrop at the weekend for a return to 15-a-side rugby and 3 back-to-back games, including an England Deaf International against the Lambs, as well as the House of Parliament Rugby Lions, and a side coming across from France. And we will return again on Wednesday the 19th for the Under-14 School Sports Magazine Cup final between Rugby School and Glantaf from Wales. But from all of us here at Next Gen 15 and everyone at Rugby School, it's a massive goodbye and a massive thank you for watching, for participating and for donating here at the Rugby School Charity Vets Sevens.